Our man in Hanoi was just that for 6.5 years. After being shot down over North Vietnam in 1966, Captain Douglas Pete Peterson was North Vietnam's prisoner of war till 1973. So why on earth would he want to go back there? Because the president asked him to. Asked this 3-term congressman from Florida to be our first ambassador to Vietnam. And who better to tell that story than Bob Simon, who as CBS's man in the Gulf was for a time himself a prisoner of war.
There was no red carpet for Pete Peterson the first time he landed in Vietnam, just this green rice paddy 60 miles east of Hanoi. It was Captain Peterson's 67th bombing mission when his F-4 Phantom was hit by a surface-to-air missile. It was a dark and moonless night. By the time he and his co-pilot hit the ground, Peterson was in so much pain from so many broken bones that he wasn't sure he'd make it through the night. In fact, he wasn't sure he wanted to.
I took the 38 out, and I had to make the decision of whether or not I wanted off the planet then or I was going to weigh it out.
So you actually take out your 38 and think about doing yourself in?
Absolutely.
Pete Peterson was surprised to find himself sitting in a rice paddy, the remains of his brand new F-4 several miles away. Because Peterson knew one thing for sure when he joined the Air Force, when he waved goodbye to his pregnant wife Carlotta and his 2 young kids. He knew he was invincible.
Well, as a fighter pilot, you have to feel that way, even if you're not. You never know when the golden BB's coming your way, and of course, you're confident it's not going to be you. I learned later that that wasn't always true, but at that time, at that photo, clearly I was invincible.
It was a faith shared by Peterson's co-pilot, Bunny Talley, who now found himself trying to help the man who was quite clearly beyond help.
I said, hey, we got to go, so I got him out of his harness, and I grabbed him and tried to carry him, and boy, every time I touched him, he just started screaming, and rightly so, because he was hurting so bad.
Finally, Captain Peterson ordered Lieutenant Talley to leave him and make a run for it.
And boy, I just thought to myself, what am I going to explain to Carlotta? How am I going to explain this to her? And I wasn't sure if he did himself in before they got him or whether he shot it out with them. He wasn't.
You thought Pete was dead?
Yeah, I thought he was dead one way or the other.
And then you're sitting there.
It's very quiet, if I recall, but not for long. I saw flashlights some distance away, and I could hear voices, high octaves. I mean, they were making a lot of noise, and they just came my way.
Just here, right here.
Right here. It was right here. We're standing right in the spot where Peterson landed.
Yes.
And when you approached the tree, what did you do?
I thought I had no other choice than to jump and hold him. If I didn't jump, maybe he would shoot me. And I was very frightened at that moment. And I thought the thing to do was jump on him.
Mr. Singh and Mr. Chop were militiamen in the village of An Doi. They were the first to welcome Captain Peterson to North Vietnam with a machete and an old French musket. It was the high point of their lives. Did he try to resist you? Did he fight you?
No. Let me tell you very frankly, if he had resisted at that time, he wouldn't be alive today.
You would have killed him?
Yes.
Mr. Singh and Mr. Chop had never seen a downed American before, but they knew exactly what to do. Get his boots and clothes off right away, except it wasn't so easy.
They started to take my flight suit, and they couldn't get it off. They couldn't get it, whatever. I couldn't remember.
Couldn't work a zipper?
I don't know what the problem was, but this one came at me with a knife. And so as he got closer to me, I just, out of normal reaction, I just grabbed I bit him. I bit his hand.
It was front-page news in the province. Mr. Singh and Mr. Chop were local heroes. And Captain Peterson, he was in the headlines too. Back in Florida, he had just joined the ranks of the missing.
It's a day like today, on a Sunday, right after coming back from church, beautiful Sunday. And
we added around the table and sat down to eat, and the doorbell rang, and Of course, it was the chaplain and the men in blue.
And, you could tell by Mom's reaction that it wasn't good news.
Mike and Paula Peterson were 7 and 9 at the time. Their mother, Carlotta, saved everything. Photos, newspaper clippings, that first dark letter.
It's with deep regret that I officially inform you that your husband, Captain Douglas B. Peterson, has been missing in action in North Vietnam since 10 September 1966. I always knew where I was, and I always knew where she was. But she never knew where I was, nor how I was.
How was he? He was checking into the Hanoi Hilton, the 131st American guest in that Vietnamese hotel.
You could call the place the Hanoi Hilton as part of your humor, but it was not, in fact, a Hilton.
No, not hardly. And there were a lot of people. A lot of people had a great deal of pain there. Great deal of pain.
Sometimes the pain came in spurts, interrogations, torture. Sometimes it lasted for weeks.
They kept you manacled to a board for weeks on end?
A couple of weeks. And I think there are others who were much longer than that.
Without ever releasing you during these weeks?
Not really. What they would do is they'd allow, in a case where a friend of mine and I were tied up together, on one meal they'd untie the one to go over and feed the other. And for bowel movements or whatever else, you just had to do on your own. And so...
While you're tied up?
Right.
And the family? For 3.5 years, no news, no letters, nothing. Then, Hanoi released a propaganda film, POWs attending a Christmas mass in 1969.
Pentagon intelligence experts say there are 75 men pictured in this silent film, the largest group of war prisoners ever shown in one place.
I remember seeing him walking into church on a TV program. I knew it was my dad instantly when I saw him. That was the first time I ever was sure that my daddy was going to be coming home.
Paula may have been sure, but her father wasn't. It took 3 more years before Pete Peterson found himself standing at attention at the Hanoi airport, being formally turned over from the Vietnamese to the Americans. And he still didn't believe it then.
It was only until after we got wheels in the well, after we were airborne, and the wheels of the aircraft came in, that we went bonkers. I mean, the whole airplane just went crash. Everybody's yelling, shouting, the whole place is just chaos. And we knew then, of course, that we had escaped.
In a matter of hours, the transformation was complete, from prisoner to hero.
Major Peterson was piloting a reconnaissance plane.
Pete Peterson received the homecoming he'd been dreaming of since the moment he was captured. But homecomings are rarely simple affairs.
You were Rip Van Winkle.
Absolutely.
6.5 years, you had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Music, clothes, language.
We didn't know who the president was. We didn't know that there was a man on the moon.
That was history. This was home. A young son, Doug, whom he'd never met before.
These are the kids growing up.
And these are the kids you never saw. You never saw them like that.
Oh, no. No, I sure didn't. I missed 7 years of their lives. And you only have one 10th birthday. You don't make that up. And you only have one championship basketball game or whatever it is. You don't make that up. You can reflect, perhaps. These are time scars. That's what they are. They're time scars.
And the wounds were made by the very same men Peterson will be presenting his credentials to in Hanoi.
Do you hate them now?
No. I checked the hate at the door, and I know that sounds trite, perhaps, and impossible, but I really did. I walked out and said, no, this is over. I survived. I made it.
And he made Congress take notice, standing up for the renewal of relations with Vietnam long before it became fashionable. And then, when he accepted President Clinton's offer to become our man in Hanoi, He took flack from fellow veterans, even from members of his own squadron, like Texas Congressman Sam Johnson, also a POW.
The veterans don't want us to go in there and restore diplomatic relations until we know what happened to our guys.
Peterson says, as you know, the war is over. It's time to move on. Time to restore relations.
They haven't given us a full and complete accounting of our POWs, and I think that's the real question.
And you don't think we should send an ambassador there until they do all of that?
I don't think we should have diplomatic relations.
Sam Johnson, how do you explain the fact that a guy who went through such a similar experience as you did came out with it with such a different view?
The difference is perhaps the lessons that we think we've learned. The Lord didn't save my life to come back home to be angry and to get back. I felt that the lesson that I had out of that was that I was saved. My life was preserved to do something constructive.
Remember Bunny Talley, Peterson's co-pilot? His life was preserved too, and he thinks the best way to get the fullest possible accounting of our missing men is to send the toughest guy to Hanoi. What do you think his experience as a POW will add to his performance as ambassador?
Well, I think that one thing, he would be a great poker player with him, because I can guarantee you that they're not going to be able to bluff Pete Peterson, because he has seen them firsthand when they're trying to bluff him.
But why would the Vietnamese want Peterson at the table? After all, to them, Peterson is not a long-suffering POW, but a man who dropped bombs on them during an unjust war of aggression. Your 67th mission, you got shot down and led to 6.5 very unhappy years. But in your first 66 missions, you were dropping bombs. You probably did a lot of damage.
I'm sure I did.
Probably killed some people.
I'm sure I did.
Maybe some civilians.
I'm fairly certain I did.
How do you think the Vietnamese will react to an ambassador coming over who probably killed some of their folks?
Well, as I would say to anyone, I was a combat fighter pilot. This was a war we're talking about, and there are going to be civilian losses in any war.
There were losses, profound losses, for Peterson too. That young son, Doug, he met for the first time when he returned home, was killed in a car accident at the age of 16. And Carlotta, the wife who never stopped working and praying for her husband, died 2 years ago. But when he revisits the village where he made his first landing, he'll be pleasantly surprised. He will not believe the way he'll be greeted this time around. If Peterson comes and visits your village and you meet him, what will you say to him?
I would consider him a friend, and I would welcome him. I really don't know what else to say.
Will you tell him you're sorry you took his boots off?
No, it was my duty. There was nothing heroic about it.
Mr. Singh, is there anything you'd like to say to Peterson if he comes here? I'm sure he will come here. What will you say to him when he comes?
Comrade, if Peterson comes here now and visits our families and our village, he will be welcomed like a brother.
If you think Peterson's voyage from POW to ambassador is remarkable, Vietnam's been on a pretty good trip too. Take the Hanoi Hilton and everything it meant to Peterson and all the POWs. The facade's still here, but right behind us, right where the cells were, a new luxury high-rise is reaching towards the skies. It'll have a convention center, a shopping mall, and a 5-star hotel, room service, sauna, and massage. The kind of accommodation the Vietnamese might offer a man who'll be building bridges instead of bombing them.
Former CIA Director William Colby disappeared last weekend, apparently while canoeing in Maryland. Over the years, we've often gone to Bill Colby for his expertise. In an interview just 4 weeks ago, he confirmed for us details of a disastrous covert operation he had launched in Vietnam back in 1961. We call this report the Lost Commandos. To begin, It is hard to believe that American officers in Vietnam would abandon their men, but that is exactly what happened. The men were South Vietnamese commandos whom the CIA and the U.S. military had recruited, trained, paid, and sent parachuting down into North Vietnam during the 1960s. Every one of those commandos, hundreds of them, while employed by the U.S., were either killed or captured. But beyond that, their American superiors wrote off the commandos who were still in prison in North Vietnam. The U.S. never negotiated for their release. When Bill Colby was CIA station chief in Saigon, he helped create the program to send the commandos into the North.
What were they supposed to do up there?
Get in touch with people in their home communities or other communities and establish some networks and see whether we could look forward to resupplying them with some weapons, conduct some guerrilla operations in the long term.
Any sabotage?
Yeah, sure.
Blowing bridges?
Of course, all that sort of thing.
Yeah. And they didn't blow a bridge?
Not that I know of.
Didn't give you any intelligence?
Not particularly, no.
So it was a failure from the get-go, basically.
Yeah, it didn't work.
So these people were going up there and either being killed or captured.
Mm-hmm.
Two of the men who were captured are Dinh Van Lam and Nguyen Van Hu. The CIA hired them, trained them, paid them, and parachuted them down into North Vietnam. This is confirmed in a once classified report on the commando program compiled for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Soon after Lam and Hu landed in the North, they were put in prison, where they faced malnutrition, hard labor, and worse.
Often we were put into solitary confinement, and our legs were shackled. Because of the shackles, our legs would become dislocated and paralyzed. The rats were this big, but when they bit into our legs, we could not even feel it, because our legs were so numb.
They were not alone. Hundreds of commandos were captured, because even though the program was not working, America kept sending them in.
Were the men who were sent up, did they know that nobody had ever produced anything?
I doubt it.
So these guys were just going up ostensibly.
They were heroic fellows who volunteered for a very dangerous mission, and they knew it.
They knew it was dangerous. They didn't know it was hopeless.
We have done something so horrible that is a stain on all of those who served.
Sedgwick Turreson went to Vietnam almost 30 years ago as an interrogator with Army intelligence. Since then, he has worked on POW and MIA issues for the Defense Intelligence Agency and for a Senate Select Committee. And now he has made it his mission to dig up once classified information on the Lost Commandos. While researching his book, Secret Army, Secret War, Turreson discovered that North Vietnam had spies inside the commando operation, so the North knew when the commandos were coming.
The first armed team landed in North Vietnam in May of 1961. Mm-hmm. And as the team commander said to me, they were waiting for us. And they told us after we had been captured, they'd been waiting for us for 2 weeks.
Did the U.S. know that these teams that had parachuted down were being captured?
Yes.
The U.S. knew that Lam and Hu were caught because Radio Hanoi reported they were picked up by local militia. In fact, the North Vietnamese captured every team the CIA dropped, but the CIA kept on parachuting them in for more than 2 years.
CIA tried so hard to make it work in the summer of 1963 that nearly 50 agents in 72 hours parachuted all over the place to try and get something going to keep Washington happy. And they were all captured.
After that, and after he had lost more than 150 commandos, Colby said he finally had to acknowledge this was not going to work.
My deputy came to me and said, look, we're not getting anywhere with this. It's a waste. It's not working. So let's stop. And I said, I agree.
But Colby was not able to stop the program. Instead, he said Defense Secretary Robert McNamara had the CIA turn the commando operation over to the military, even though Colby said he warned McNamara against it.
I said, Mr. Secretary, it isn't going to work. We've tried it. I don't think it'll work. He just looked and didn't answer. And obviously the program went on.
1 month later, Robert McNamara went to President Johnson and said, in effect, that this operation was going to succeed. It was going to do what CIA couldn't do.
Colby said McNamara thought the military could do it bigger and better. that if they just dropped enough commandos into North Vietnam, some good would come of it. But dropping in more men simply meant that more men were lost. McNamara, who gave countless interviews while promoting his recent book on the war, preferred not to talk to us about the Lost Commandos.
They're captured, they're imprisoned, or they're shot. Why keep sending them?
It became a plan that just kept going, and no one had the courage to say, it isn't working, let's shut it down.
The commando program lasted for 7 years. The U.S. had promised the commandos that while they were away, their paychecks would keep going to their families, but after a while, so many relatives were getting paid that it became a bookkeeping bother. So the military came up with a grisly solution. They told the families the commandos were dead. According to the report for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, we reduced the number gradually by declaring so many of them dead each month until we had written them all off and removed them from the monthly payrolls.
Of course, we knew they were alive.
So it was just to keep from having to pay?
That's correct.
These men who had worked for us and been captured for us?
At the same time, we were bringing new agents into the program, telling them, don't worry, if you go to North Vietnam, we will continue your pay and allowances to your family.
But Dinh Van Lam's wife says that she received her husband's salary for only 3 months, and then a stranger brought heartbreaking news and a modest death payment, about $500.
I cried out loud and asked him how long my husband had been dead, but then he started to run away and did not answer me at all.
And how many years went by before you realized that you were not a widow?
16 years.
John Mattis is an attorney representing the commandos.
I think there was a firm belief that these men would all die in the prisoner of war camps, and that the dead men would tell no tales, and that this would all be swept under the rug.
And it gets worse. When the American POWs were released in 1973, the commandos thought they would get out too. But Henry Kissinger, who negotiated for the Americans, told us he was never informed about the commandos, so naturally he never asked for their release. American POWs came home. America's Vietnamese commandos stayed in prison.
Shouldn't somebody at CIA have said something?
I presume so, but I think that, and I would say yes, flatly. But I think at the time, by that time, by 1973, I think the CIA's connections with these operations was 10 years ago.
The worst nightmare about our experience in Vietnam is in fact a reality. We left our men behind. We deserted men, and we left them to languish as POWs.
There's been so much talk about POW MIAs, but only about American young men. But these people, you say, were working for
the United States. But for the fact these men were Asian, it wouldn't have happened. The CIA would never have done this to white Yale graduates. Would never have left them behind.
The U.S. passed up another chance to help the commandos in 1981. Commando Vu Duc Nguyen escaped from prison, and eventually he made it all the way to Chicago, where he had an attorney write to Secretary of State Alexander Haig. He told Haig that more than 300 of America's commandos were still in prison, and he asked Haig to help get them out. One of Haig's assistants wrote back that if there was a problem with prisoners, inquiries on the matter should be addressed to the appropriate authorities in the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Haig told us he does not remember the letter. By the time Hanoi finally freed the commandos, some of them had remained in prison for 15 years after the American POWs had come home. When Dinh Van Lam returned to his family, his children did not believe that it was he.
My wife said, "This is your father," and she produced a picture of me, this one. She handed it to them to gradually identify me. My son rubbed my face, then patted my shoulder, and then he embraced his father.
Vietnamese who worked for the American government were supposed to be eligible to come to the United States after the war, and some commandos have come. But for years, many of them were rejected by the U.S. Immigration and Naturalization Service, the INS.
INS was turning them down time after time after time.
To come from Vietnam here?
That's correct. Telling them, after they had languished for 20 years in a prison camp, no, your story of involvement with the CIA is too incredible, and they would stamp their forms, not credible. No credible proof of prior association with the United States.
That finally changed last year when the U.S. ambassador to Thailand sent a long cable urging the INS to accept the commandos. After that, the INS issued travel documents to many of them and is in the process of issuing more. But the commandos remind the CIA and the Pentagon that there is still a debt to be paid. American POWs were paid for the time they languished in prison, and now more than 200 commandos have filed suit against the United States asking for back pay, $2,000 a year for each year they spent in prison.
Not interest, not pain and suffering, money that they're owed as part of their contracts.
It may be 30 years later, but they'd like to have their back pay. As the attorney said, no pain and suffering. You can't put a price on that.
Yeah.
Just give us what you agreed to give us.
But the Pentagon and the CIA have so far refused to pay, claiming the commandos cannot prove they were employed by the United States, and besides that they filed their lawsuit too late.
They didn't get to the courthouse in time. Where were they for 20 years? Was it perhaps we left them in a prisoner of war camp?
Mattis says the Pentagon's own report for the Joint Chiefs proves the commandos were employed by the U.S., and Bill Colby said these men deserve to be paid.
If you're talking about do we owe a moral obligation to them, I'm right with you. I don't have any problem. We have not fulfilled that moral obligation.
The cost would be $11 to $12 million. And Colby said the Congress could pass a bill now authorizing payment as a way of fulfilling America's moral obligation to the commandos.
I would support paying it. You know, it's not that much money on the whole Pentagon budget, that's for sure. And it would be a matter of grace by us to do.
Why has the story never been told?
I think it was too embarrassing, to be honest, Mike. People sat on this. What happens when you throw away a whole army and then declare them all dead?
It's been 20 years since the last American soldiers came home from Vietnam, and those who did are still not convinced that either side is doing enough to account for those who didn't. To this day, finding out once and for all what happened to our missing in action, our MIAs, remains the principal stumbling block to normalizing relations between our two countries. So last spring, the largest Vietnam veterans group, the Vietnam Veterans of America, decided to bypass official government channels and deal directly with the very soldiers they fought 20 years ago on the battlefield. The appeal was simple enough. Maybe the Vietnamese veterans could help locate our 1,600 missing in action if American veterans could help the Vietnamese locate the more than 300,000 of their soldiers still missing. So the Vietnam Veterans of America asked their former members to go into their garages and attics and search out war trophies that they'd transported across an ocean 20 years ago and stored away in footlockers and duffel bags, unopened like Pandora's box.
Back here I have a helmet taken from a North Vietnamese soldier. It's got his name on it. It has something else in Vietnamese.
Pat Burke was a first lieutenant with the U.S. Army in Quang Ngai Province in 1970. Today, he's a bank officer in Lafayette, Louisiana.
I thought about it for a long time, but I think that if there's some mother in North Vietnam who doesn't know what happened to her son, that this would be important for her to get.
They were killed.
The items came into the Vietnam Veterans of America headquarters in Washington by the boxload. Grave markers for enemy soldiers that the North Vietnamese had made from a downed U.S. helicopter.
Pounded in with a nail. Somebody took a lot of time.
A photo album with snapshots taken from the body of this highly decorated North Vietnamese officer. In all, according to Jim Brazee, the president of the Vietnam Veterans of America, enough information to help identify 1,800 former enemy soldiers.
Because somewhere there are veterans on the other side that know what happened to our people, just like there are veterans on our side that can account for a lot of Vietnamese.
There were detailed maps of enemy grave sites drawn from memory 25 years later. But Bill Crandall says by far the most common items sent in were pictures, gruesome souvenirs, but invaluable documentary evidence for identifying the dead.
I think it does something to you to keep pictures of 30 dead men for 20 years. You're talking about letting go of something that represents a day in which you lived or died, in which friends died, in which you were involved in killing.
So early this summer, a delegation of 14 American veterans packed up the items and flew off to Vietnam. For many of them, it was their first trip back since being medevaced out on a stretcher. Once young, shining faces, now wrinkled with middle age.
We call this a veteran-to-veteran exchange.
When they handed over the helmet, grave markers, and those gruesome pictures, they had no idea what kind of reception or reaction they'd receive from the Vietnamese.
I think this is a very significant, very significant.
They were met by Deputy Foreign Minister Ly Mai, whose own brother is one of the 300,000 Vietnamese soldiers still unaccounted for.
Welcome you very much.
The American people have been told over the years that the Vietnamese don't feel the same way about their war dead and their missing in action that the Americans do. That it wasn't important to your government, or that it wasn't important to your people.
I think it is a pity that you see there's a lack of understanding. Of course, the culture, you see, of U.S. in Vietnam is different, but we all are human beings.
The importance the Vietnamese attached to their own missing stunned the American veterans. Vernon Valenzuela from Bakersfield, California, and Tom Manning, a deputy sheriff from Fort Lauderdale, didn't realize it until they visited a Vietnamese family.
Part of the dehumanization that went on in our training was that they didn't grieve like we do. They didn't care about their loved ones like we do. And we walked in there, and nothing could be further from the truth.
What they walked into was the home of a Vietnamese woman who lost her husband in 1973 near Da Nang. Mrs. Lai Bin was 5 months pregnant when her husband left to fight the Americans in the South. She received 3 letters in 10 years. He died without ever having seen his young son. The family was never told where or even if he'd been buried. The last thing she expected was a visit from former GIs.
I was so emotional I couldn't hardly talk when she was first talking her story. She sat there weeping, talking about losing her husband and how good a man he was and stuff, and that's real sad. There can be no greater sadness for the father not to have known his son and not to be able to come back to his wife.
In the corner of the living room, there's a shrine with his picture. They exist in hundreds of thousands of homes. It's a society that worships its ancestors and believes if a relative doesn't receive a proper burial, the spirit is never at peace. And yet there was no anger towards the Americans, no animosity, only sadness.
When I see your pain in remembering your husband, it makes me want to commit stronger to help find out answers for other families. That's the railroad track.
And that's just what Valenzuela did. 2 days later, we were on Highway 1 searching for a grave in which 5 Viet Cong soldiers were buried. Valenzuela had been given a detailed map and photographs of the dead by a former Marine named Bob Fallow, who said they were buried near a command post called Hotel 8.
Here's the grave that they dug. The bunker would be right over on this side. I don't see anything that looks that mountain that close here going up.
Unless it's that one right over there. But 26 years later, everything had changed but the mountains.
And that could be. Well, look, there's the trees. I think we might be right there, real close.
No sooner had we gotten out of the van than we were approached by a Vietnamese farmer.
You was with the Marine Corps?
Yeah, 1967.
You was here?
Yeah.
Did you know Hotel 8?
He not only worked for the Americans, he remembered Bob Fallow, the Marine who had turned over the map and pictures.
They buried right here 5 VCNVA. They buried 5. Where? Show me. Come show.
You know? He remembered exactly where the 5 dead Viet Cong were buried. Valenzuela showed in the pictures.
Graphic. This is the grave. Huh? Is that him? That you?
Yeah.
That's you?
The old man had also worked for the Marines and had helped bury the bodies 26 years earlier.
Okay, I'll tell Bob. He'll be very happy to know that you're still here.
Ask him what happened after the war.
Sau chiến tranh thì chưa xảy ra. He was sent to the re-education camp for 4 years.
For 4 years, both of them?
4 years and 5 months. Thế còn anh có phải đi không? No, he didn't have to.
This area right here.
They explained that after the war, the bodies had been dug up and reburied at a different location, but the soldiers had never been identified. Now, with the pictures of the bodies, it may be possible for the Vietnamese government to do that. For the Americans, the trip back also offered something else, the promise of finding some meaning from events a long time ago and a chance to close a chapter of personal history.
Let's walk down there.
Yeah.
In Da Nang, John Catterson, a lawyer from New York, founded on what is now one of the most sought-after pieces of real estate in the world, China Beach.
If you told me in 1966 that there'd be people coming back here to surf and build hotels, I'd have told you crazy.
He was last here 28 years ago with the U.S. Marines.
It's like I'm casting out a demon to walk on this sand. It's
Why?
This was like hell back then. It was just, every day was survival. Every day was just staying alive and get me out of this place.
The Vietnamese used to mine the beach every night with unexploded mortar rounds they'd found the day before. It was here, at age 19, that John Catterson, for the first time, saw a friend die.
The second platoon moved through me, and this kid, Brown, moved right past me and moved right into my position at point. And he stepped through the gate right at this bunker up here. It had wire around it. And I remember standing back about 100 yards, and I had a Mexican sergeant named Aguilar who said to this kid, Brown, he said, maybe you ought to probe. And the kid bent down to step through the gate and hit a mine and blew himself up. And it was the first American casualty I saw. I think so.
Talk about it like it was yesterday. It's been what?
It was yesterday.
Almost 30 years ago.
Yeah, it's 28 years ago. It's like it was yesterday. My God.
Is this it?
Yeah. And this kid just stepped through the gate. I don't think I could go in there. Not on a bad day, not on a good day. Can I go in there?
Yeah.
Huh?
I can go with you. It's just one step at a time. It's just a beach. There's nobody trying to hurt you here.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I think the war may have ended for most of the country in 1973, but it didn't end for an awful lot of people, including a lot of people on this delegation. Most of us were here a year or less, and it was the defining experience of our lives. We carry this around with us every single day, and we think about it. And we've never quite dealt with it. I gotta go outside. I gotta get some air. This is too real.
You never thought you'd see this again, did you?
Not today, man. But there are a lot of people that died up here. Didn't have to be.
Before John Catterson and the rest of the delegation returned home, they wanted to tackle one final mission. Using maps and notes from two former American soldiers who didn't make the trip, and with the help of the U.S. MIA task force in Hanoi, they began a search for the largest North Vietnamese gravesite they knew about, just outside Tay Ninh. A once bloody, but long since forgotten outpost called Landing Zone Grant. 25 years ago, it was a fire support base just 20 miles from the Cambodian border in the shadow of the Black Virgin Mountain. In March of 1969, the North Vietnamese attacked with 2 battalions before the American 1st Cavalry Division even finished building the base camp. 17 Americans died here, including the battalion commander, and more than 200 North Vietnamese. For a few days, it was big news. Then LZ Grant was gone and forgotten, except in the minds of the men who were there. So armed with maps and directions supplied by former GIs, the American veterans took their former enemies on a joint patrol through a cassava field in pursuit of their dead.
This Rock Sun Doi is a river with a busted up bridge right here. If we can find this river and find this bridge, then we've got...
One of the American veterans who volunteered the information wrote, I'm 45 years old and present in body, but my mind never left war zone C.
I don't see ruins.
The day after the attack on LZ Grant, bulldozers were flown in on sky cranes, and the medics used ponchos to clean up the enemy dead.
Sandbag.
Sandbag's back here. Look at this depression.
We got us a base camp here.
The letter continues. In a crater from an earlier B-52 Striker, maybe just a massive pit behind the LZ off to the northwest, a few hundred yards from the river and a French bridge piling, is where the humanity was bulldozed under. I believe there were 100 or so it seemed.
Look, from the edge of that little roadway you see right there, right down to here. That's 40.
He closed. If this information helps the initiative and helps even one of our brothers come home, so be it. The letter was unsigned.
If you look, this is a pretty low spot. If you look all around you, and running in the right direction from east to west. There's a little high ground behind me. There's a little high ground on each side of me.
Finally, exactly where the Americans said it would be, they found a slight depression consistent with a mass grave.
15 feet wide and about 8 to 10 deep.
It'd be right in here.
I think so.
With their Vietnamese counterparts beside them, the delegation paid tribute to the dead of both sides in a traditional Vietnamese funeral ceremony with incense and firecrackers.
I'm thinking about that man back in Hanoi whose home I visited, and he pointed to this picture of his son on the wall, and if his son is out here somewhere, he should know that. I mean, that's what this initiative is about. And if his son was part of the division that was operating out here, then we've helped solve that man's loss. And he will have some peace because now we've been able to find his son's grave. And there are 99 other families in this country for whom we've done that today. And that's an extraordinary experience.
A postscript. 4 months after the veterans helped locate the mass grave outside Tay Ninh, the Vietnamese excavated the site and recovered 95 bodies.
Tonight in Vietnam, North Vietnamese and South Vietnamese troops continue to battle in what could be the decisive campaign in the long, unhappy history of that country. As decisive for Richard Nixon's policy of Vietnamization and the very foundation of our present involvement as it is for the future of Vietnam itself. The question, can the Vietnamese hack it, is one that haunts every American soldier and politician. Anyone who has watched Vietnam unfold over the past decade has heard so many assurances that the Vietnamese can fight their own battles, followed by one disaster or another, that a little bit of cynicism is perhaps understandable. Tonight we look at 10 years of American military involvement with ARVN, the South Vietnamese Army, starting way back in 1962, when Admiral Harry Felt, the U.S. Commander-in-Chief Pacific, was highly pleased with ARVN's performance.
The Vietnamese armed forces are on the offensive, and they're killing Viet Cong. This is good.
That was the kind of optimism that American commanders and politicians were to echo for a decade. Within 8 months of Admiral Felt's statement, ARVN was to fight its most effective battle in front of the President's palace in Saigon when it brought down its own government. If it wasn't the most potent military force in 1963, it was certainly the most political. ARVN's toughest military test came in 1964, when the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong moved out of their sanctuaries and engaged government troops all over the country. Up north in I Corps, where they are fighting tonight, government outposts were falling almost daily. The desertion rate was reaching 150,000 men a year. By 1965, secret Pentagon reports suggested that ARVN was whipped, and the only way Vietnam could be saved was through a massive American commitment. It came, and the first most urgent need was in I Corps. American Marines were sent in to hold the northern half of Vietnam. That buildup proceeded until more than 500,000 men were in Vietnam. But back in '65, when the main communist offensive had been blunted by Americans, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara was confident that ARVN could prevail.
It requires that we supplement, not substitute for, but supplement the South Vietnamese forces. And since our forces will supplement and not substitute for their forces, it remains a South Vietnamese war.
It didn't remain so for long. The ambushes continued, and the attrition was extraordinary. No one knows how many men died in the jungles of Vietnam. The administration of the Army was, and apparently still is, riddled with corruption. Plush commissions were purchased and regarded as licenses to tax the local population. Pay for the ordinary soldier was a doubtful thing. Rations were usually short. All this in spite of billions of dollars in American aid, much of which never reached the men it was destined for. The desertion rate was higher than the casualty figures. But in Saigon, it was a different army that showed its stuff to then President Key and American Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge. Arvin seemed invincible on the parade ground. But by now, 1966, in spite of continued assurances that America was only playing a support role, the Vietnam War was an American war. Arvin was back at base camp, re-equipping, retraining, all under American auspices. In the field, 100 Americans were dying each week. The Pentagon was being criticized for creating in primitive Vietnam a technological army in the American image, an army of questionable value in fighting a guerrilla war. But General Westmoreland seemed more confident than ever.
Our troops have become more proficient in using the helicopter and using the weapons that we have provided them. I think the record speaks for itself.
1 year later, 1968, and the time of the great disenchantment in America over Vietnam. The battle during Tet, though a costly communist defeat, showed that the enemy, if determined enough, could attack anywhere he wanted. Candidate Richard Nixon promised a plan for peace. It would be achieved through Vietnamization, a withdrawal by American ground troops. Arvin would fight its own battles. And in 1970, flexing their new muscles, Arvin, with massive American support, invaded Cambodia. But its much vaunted intelligence system had failed. They found stockpiles of equipment, but the enemy was long gone. Still, the operation had bolstered Vietnamese morale. It was not a victory, but neither was it a defeat. And for the first time in its existence, Arvin could say it had captured some territory that once belonged to the enemy. 8 months later, heady over its success in Cambodia, Arvin stormed another North Vietnamese sanctuary in Laos. It was a rout. It seemed to be the same old Arvin of the early 60s. When it met real opposition, it scattered in disarray. American helicopter pilots told horror stories of soldiers throwing away their arms in the heat of battle and clinging to the skids of medevac machines that had come in to rescue the wounded. Vietnamization seemed to have sustained a stunning setback, but not for Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird.
If there's been any escalation in this war, it's been the escalation in South Vietnam, giving South Vietnam a capability to defend itself and to carry on these combat responsibilities.
So the American withdrawal continued. By last weekend, there were only 6 combat battalions of Americans left in Vietnam, and they were mostly engaged in perimeter defense. Arvin was out on patrol, hacking through the same rugged countryside that so many U.S. Marine battalions had hacked through for 6 years before them. It had been many months since there had been any major fighting anywhere. Optimists said the enemy had been beaten. The more cautious predicted a communist offensive. It came 10 days ago at the DMZ. Arvin held a series of vital hilltop positions that had been American Army and Marine Corps fire bases. We go back to an interview in 1967 with General Robert Cushman, who commanded the Marines in Vietnam.
Well, I'd like to point out first, Jolin and Cantien, while we have no emotional attachment to them nor stubbornness about it, do constitute the commanding terrain for miles around. From these 2 points, one can see all the way up into here in North Vietnam. Consequently, if you give these positions up, and I say these positions, I'm also referring to the maneuvering forces in these areas, you give up Dong Ha, you give up Cam Lo, you give up this whole route, and you give up probably Khe Sanh in the end. In addition, you then expose the provincial capital of Quang Tri.
Con Thien, Jolin, half a dozen more. All of them fell within the first few days of battle. The North Vietnamese laid down a withering barrage of artillery fire on them and on the key town of Dong Ha. The roads in I Corps became clogged with thousands of refugees and retreating soldiers, some of whom had thrown away their uniforms and joined the refugees. There were reports that in the first engagements, ARVN, with its American tanks and long-range American guns, scattered after initial combat.
American air power will quite likely save the day once again for the South Vietnamese. When things were at their worst, back in 1965, American Marines were sent into Vietnam, up there in the First Corps, what the military calls I Corps. They were under the command of Lieutenant General Lewis B. Walt, now retired. General Walt knows the terrain as well as any American, and in spite of some disturbing reports, he believes, as he always has, that the Vietnamese can hold their own.
General Walt, let me ask you a hypothetical question. Supposing the worst happened, Dong Ha, Quang Tri fell, all of I Corps fell to the North Vietnamese. Would we have to go back in with ground troops to save Vietnam?
First of all, I don't think such a thing is in the cards at all. I don't believe that the North Vietnamese can take I Corps. If they did take I Corps, I believe the South Vietnamese are still strong enough to take it back away from them. No, I don't believe we would need to go in with ground forces, with the United States ground forces, in order to retake I Corps if it were to fall. But as I say, I'm confident that I Corps or Quang Tri City is not going to fall.
Sir, we've had, since you were there, since you went in, it's been 7 years now of, at best, an indecisive situation in Vietnam. How could that have been made more decisive, do you think? How could we have acted differently in 1965 to change that?
When I arrived there in 1965, my orders were rather explicit. I was to help the South Vietnamese to drive the enemy from their soil and to protect them until they were able to take care of themselves. We were given no permission or no authority whatsoever to defeat the North Vietnamese forces as such. Had we been given the mission of defeating the North Vietnamese forces, I think the strategy, the tactics would have been entirely different. Our hands were tied insofar as actually hitting the enemy from in his bases. Now, he used those bases, of course, as sanctuaries, and he could choose the time and the place of attack out of them. And this is a tremendous advantage on the battlefield. And even after we defeated him, as we did several times, we were not able to follow him across those borders, either the DMZ or into Laos, and to defeat him like we could have done.
You think we wouldn't be fighting up there today had you been allowed to go?
I honestly believe that we could have destroyed the enemy's capability to carry on this war as early as 1967, if we had been allowed to go in and destroy his bases and his fighting capability.
Well, given your confidence in ARVN, in the forces of South Vietnam, do you think it's on the cards that they will invade the North?
If we get out of there completely, say 2 or 3 years from now, and the North continues to attack South Vietnam, I would think that an invasion of North Vietnam by them a few years from now would be possible. I know that the South Vietnamese are getting awfully tired of sitting back and waiting for the North Vietnamese to choose the time and place of battle. And I'd say it's a terrible handicap to them.
To answer the question that's posed in this broadcast tonight, can they hack it?
I think there's no question. Well, in my mind, there's no question but what the South Vietnamese can hack it, yes.
It should perhaps be pointed out that for General Walt to say anything else would be to negate his most important years of duty as a gallant and loyal officer. The fact is that at this moment, the United States has assembled in Southeast Asia the most powerful and deadly air strike force ever assembled anywhere, and it is being used to maintain the integrity of South Vietnam. But airplanes cannot hold ground. The old-fashioned foot soldier must do that. And so far, the South Vietnamese have shown that without massive American firepower, they are not the masters of their own land. The date, August 4th, 1964. For most people, it triggers no particular emotion. It's no December 7th, 1941. But August 4th is important whether you remember the date or not. It was on that date in the Gulf of Tonkin off the coast of North Vietnam that the American war in Vietnam really began. And the incident that began it has become as controversial as the war itself. The U.S. destroyers Maddox and Turner Joy were attacked by communist torpedo boats. Or were they? It's now 6 years and 7 months since the Tonkin incident and the Tonkin resolution. The incident produced the resolution, and the resolution was quite simple. It gave the president the right to protect American troops in Vietnam with whatever means he felt necessary, the power to prevent further aggression by North Vietnam, and to prevent South Vietnam from falling to the communists. Few people at the time thought it would take more than 6 years and almost 45,000 dead Americans and more to achieve those ends. Boys who were 12 years old that August died last week in Vietnam. Let's go back to August 4th and the U.S. destroyers Maddox and Turner Joy and try to find out what happened that night in the Gulf of Tonkin.
In July of 1964, units of the 7th Fleet were patrolling the South China Sea off the coast of Vietnam. The United States was not at war with North Vietnam, but it was helping South Vietnam with massive economic and military aid. Then, this is what happened, according to the Pentagon's official reenactment narrated by Chet Huntley.
On August 2nd, the United States Navy destroyer Maddox, on patrol in international waters of the Gulf of Tonkin, begins to track 3 unknown craft approaching from the northwest. They are identified as North Vietnamese PT boats, armed with torpedoes and 37mm guns. When warnings from the Maddox fail to stop the oncoming PT boats, she opens fire. The Maddox, joined by the destroyer Sea Turner Joy, resumes its routine patrol. But the next night, the men on watch in the 2 destroyers once again detect unidentified contacts on radar. The attack by the North Vietnamese boats is renewed. After a 3-hour running battle in which 2 of the PT boats are sunk, the attackers break contact.
There was no argument about the first fight. Sunday afternoon, August 2nd. It happened. The Maddox against 3 North Vietnamese PT boats. Something like this painting that hangs in the Maddox wardroom. The North Vietnamese said the Maddox invaded their waters, and they chased her out. The United States said the Maddox was in neutral waters, that although the Maddox fired first, it was in self-defense when the North Vietnamese PT boats were about to attack. We're fairly sure all 3 PT boats were hit, and none of the torpedoes hit the Maddox. But the Maddox very likely was hit. There was a bullet hole up there in the aft gun director. It was repaired later and painted over. No sign of it today. But 2 nights later, the night of the controversial battle, the Maddox did not take any damage or suffer any losses, which is but one of many reasons why Senate investigators now believe there never was any battle that night. The Maddox and Turner Joy reported they were ambushed at the beginning of the evening by perhaps 5 or 6 torpedo boats. But that wound down by midnight to perhaps 1 boat with 2 torpedoes. And yet the destroyers reported a total of 22 torpedoes fired at them. They were doing a lot of firing themselves. Some people say they were firing at phantoms. The North Vietnamese always said they were never there, that it was simply an excuse to get into the war. The officer in charge of the destroyer division, which included the Maddox and the Turner Joy, was on board the Maddox that night. He's Captain John Herrick, Annapolis, 1943, still on active duty. We asked him to return to the Maddox, now a training ship, and recall the confusing events of August 4th, 1964.
Well, I think the uncertainty is due to the fact that it was night, it was dark, and we didn't really eyeball these boats. We did have witnesses, eyeball witnesses on the Turner Joy. I consider them dependable witnesses. However, there are people that still doubt that what they saw was boats. I do not. We had sensors who sighted the boats on radar. We had sonar that picked up noise spokes in the water. We had visual sightings. I think the preponderance of evidence, any judge in a courtroom would have to accept our witness evidence and our sensor evidence, radar and sonar, and the only conclusion a logical man could reach was that we were attacked.
Just above the bridge of the Maddox, where Captain Herrick was, is the main gun director. And inside the director was the sailor who was in charge of firing those powerful 5-inch guns. His job was to open fire once the enemy targets were spotted on radar or sonar. Those are the main methods for detecting targets you can't see directly. The man in charge of the main gun director, August 4th, 1964, was a 4-year veteran. He was also an expert sonar man, Patrick Park. Park is now a businessman in Los Angeles.
Tell me, do you think that night, August 4th, in the pitch black, in a heavy swell, rainstorms, was there anything to shoot at out there?
No, I don't. I'm certain that there was not anything to shoot at right from the beginning. The captain asked me immediately after the attack to go down and evaluate all the recordings that had been made of noise that sonar was reporting. And I kept myself pretty busy for the next 3 days, really, trying to evaluate these things and determine if we had heard anything that might have been even a question mark, that it might have been a torpedo or anything else in the water not related to the two ships or noise of either one of them.
And what was your evaluation?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, Park has the right to his own opinions, of course, and I do not concur with him, but he has a right to those opinions.
3 decks below the main deck and locked under the waterline is the Maddox sonar room. Here on the night of August 4th, as the noise of the big guns roared around them overhead, the Maddox sonar men listened for underwater sounds of approaching torpedoes, trying to separate torpedo noises from their own ship's noise. Captain Herrick would later describe the sonar man's reports as overeager. The sailor on the sonar console that night was David Mallow of Gel, New Mexico. Dave Mallow is still in the Navy, still a sonar man at the Fleet School in Key West, Florida.
What happened? We were attacked. Torpedoes were in the water. What I presume were torpedoes. Now, I don't know how they can say that there wasn't a torpedo. When I heard it, the Turner Joy saw it, and then they're going to turn around and say there wasn't one. Like I say, I'm certain in my mind that there was an attack.
Below Patrick Park and the main gun director, below Captain Herrick on the bridge, below them both is the Combat Information Center and radar room. Here, the job was to find enemy targets coming back by way of radar signals, ending up as blips on this television screen. One of the men running radar the night of August 4th, 1964, was James Stankiewicz, a 4-year veteran. He's a civilian now and lives in Stevens Point, Wisconsin.
The only doubt I have is not to whether there was an attack or not. I know there was, but as to where the attack came from. In other words, we were steaming in a southerly direction, and we picked up the contacts off of our port side, which would be on the east side of us. North Vietnam was on the west side of us, which meant that those ships that were out there, torpedo boats or whatever, and they definitely were there, were coming from either lying in wait for us out there or coming from the island, which is a possession of Red China. And they proceeded to close us. Then we started having difficulty with radar, where our radars would pick up intermittently, and where we even had a hard time of keeping track of the Turner Joy.
Just how hard a time the Maddox had spotting its sister ship, the Turner Joy, that night is a memory that Patrick Park will never lose. Park, in charge of the 5-inch guns up in the main gun director, had been getting target calls from the radar room throughout the night. But he wouldn't fire because he could not see the targets on his own radar. Then, around midnight, he got the fattest target of the evening.
So we get the word to open fire, and at the same time, I realize that that's the other ship. And
that's the Turner Joy.
That's correct. The radar operator also realized this, and both of us say simultaneously, it's the Turner Joy. So instead of opening fire, as the word came down. All three of them about the same time. That's the Turner Joy open fire.
Let's just go down to these two models here.
We had a good broadside shot of the Turner Joy, right like this, as far away. Well, let's say 1,500 yards distance here. But, and of course, all of our 5-inch guns pointed and ready to be fired at her. So radio requested information from the Turner Joy, and they had lost contact on us quite a while back also, it seems. So then the captain asked the Turner Joy to turn on their running lights, and in doing so, I looked in the gun sight there, or the sight that I have, and there she was right in the crosshairs, right on her. Best contact we had all night.
What would have happened had you obeyed that order to fire?
Well, we wouldn't have missed. That's about all I can say for it. We would have got her.
If confusion abounded during combat, mystery surrounded the black box. It had been brought aboard along with 16 electronic specialists when the Maddox stopped at Taiwan a few days before the Battle of Tonkin. The box was actually gray in color, but the men called it the black box. It was placed between the smokestacks on the Maddox and was removed after the battle. There's been an unending argument about what the black box was for, but it did contain sophisticated electronic instruments. Captain Herrick confirmed to us what had long been surmised. One of the things the black box was for was to intercept North Vietnamese messages, and those intercepts were proof enough that the North Vietnamese had attacked. One of the controversial things in this whole affair are those intercepts.
The intercepts were made by our black box, which I was not acquainted with inside. It did not feel that I had the need to know what they were doing. I merely used the product of what they produced, and they did produce messages that warned me that we were being attacked.
The North Vietnamese, who openly admit the events of August 2nd, and in fact would probably concur with your description of it, they say nothing happened the night of the 4th.
But I had messages presented to me which were there, reports of damage to boats that attacked us that night.
On the night of the 4th?
On the night of the 4th.
As a result of your fire?
As a result of our fire.
Well, tell me more about that.
Well, that's all I know. We had intercept reports that told us that they had suffered damage that night.
Senator Fulbright and his committee, however, were not persuaded by the black box intercepts. They were more interested in what Secretary McNamara told them 4 years later, that the black box had been used, in his words, to stimulate North Vietnamese and Chinese Communist radar, a means of pinpointing their radar installations. But Captain Herrick says this was not so.
I would say that we had no way of stimulating North Vietnamese radar. This is not electronically feasible. We had no equipment to do any such thing.
The Johnson administration concealed from the American people the truth about what the Maddox was doing in the Gulf of Tonkin. The Maddox was a spy ship.
Former Senator Wayne Morse of Oregon. Morse and former Senator Ernest Greening were the only two men in the entire Congress of the United States who voted against the Tonkin Gulf Resolution.
She'd lost all of her characteristic as a naval destroyer as far as international law was concerned. She had the appearance of a destroyer if you didn't check her spy equipment, but she was a spy ship.
Intelligence mission, I wouldn't call it a spy mission. This was a ship equipped with the normal equipment that a destroyer normally carries, and was equipped also with the black box, as it has been called since then, but not a spy mission in that sense. I don't like the word spy mission. It was an intelligence mission, an information gathering mission.
Would it be accurate to compare the Maddox's mission in the Gulf of Tonkin with the Pueblo's mission off North Korea?
I'm not aware of the equipment on the Pueblo or how she was equipped, but I would say that she was much better equipped for this type of thing than the Maddox, which was a ship of the line, not designed for that sort of thing.
She'd been taken weeks before the Gulf of Tonkin incidents to Taiwan and fitted out as one of the top spy ships of the United States Navy. And the administration never let that important fact out in their testimony before the Foreign Relations Committee. Had they even let that much out, the resolution never would have come out of the committee.
What was the specific mission that night?
Well, her specific mission was to stimulate the electronic instruments of North Vietnam so that the United States could find out what the North Vietnamese military plans were. And that's what she did. And she went into the national waters of North Vietnam. Oh, the administration said she didn't because she never went in the 3-mile limit. But we knew that North Vietnam claimed a 12-mile limit, and we recognized a 12-mile limit for China and North Korea. And if we wanted to dispute whether or not they were entitled to a 3-mile limit, you know where we should have been? Before the Security Council of the United Nations, not acting unilaterally as an aggressor nation. You know why we didn't go before the Security Council? We'd have lost, and the administration knew it. We weren't looking for a peaceful out, for we intended to make war.
The doubts about what happened August 4th, 1964, have weighed heavily on the senator who was President Johnson's principal ally in steering the Tonkin Gulf resolution through the Senate, J. William Fulbright, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. He spent many of the next 6 years trying to repeal the resolution.
I personally am convinced in my own mind that no attack took place on the 4th. But of course it's impossible really in a way for me to prove a negative. I'll put it this way. They most certainly did not prove the affirmative case that there was an attack.
But on the night of August 4th, 1964, hardly anyone doubted Defense Secretary Robert McNamara's official version. McNamara, now president of the World Bank, declined an invitation to recall the events of Tonkin Gulf on this broadcast. But he left office in March 1968, unshaken in his contention that 2 U.S. destroyers had been illegally and deliberately attacked while on normal, routine patrol somewhere near the middle of Tonkin Gulf. Senator Fulbright disagrees.
If one telegram, which we later found from Commander Herrick of the Maddox, had been made available to the committee at that time, I'm quite sure they would have had long hearings, gone into it thoroughly, and if they'd been able to discover the facts as they actually were, I don't believe it'd passed the resolution because it was based upon absolutely false, erroneous information. The events as they related them of August the 4th, 1964 were not true. Our ships it was not an unprovoked, deliberate attack. In fact, there was no attack at all.
Secretary McNamara, in his briefing to the nation and the Congress, never mentioned that message from Captain Herrick, which came in right after the night battle of August 4th. Review of action makes many recorded contacts and torpedoes fired appear doubtful. Freak weather effects and over-eager sonar man may have accounted for many reports. No actual visual sightings by Maddox suggest complete evaluation before any further action. Other things McNamara left out or didn't know or touched on too lightly were warnings from various commanders in the Pacific. They warned that North Vietnam regarded the Maddox as an enemy who was helping the South Vietnamese patrol boats shell the North. The shellings had occurred just before the Maddox reached Tonkin Gulf. On July 31st, the South Vietnamese used 4 patrol boats like these, which the U.S. Navy had just given them, to hit these 2 North Vietnamese islands, Hon Mae, 3 miles from the North Vietnam mainland, and Hon Nu, 4 miles from the mainland. It was the first shelling of North Vietnam of its kind, and they held the United States as responsible as the South Vietnamese. And this was known to the Naval Command, because the black box, whatever else it was doing, was intercepting North Vietnamese communications. Early Sunday morning, August 2nd, Captain John Herrick, division commander aboard the Maddox, sent his first warning to the 7th Fleet. Herrick to 7th Fleet. Consider continuance of patrol presents an unacceptable risk. 7th Fleet to Maddox. When considered prudent, resume itinerary. In other words, take care of yourself, but stay there.
You were concerned, even though you hadn't sighted a torpedo boat yet.
Yeah, we were threatened that night. by concentrations of junks, which made us believe that we were unwelcome in that area. We did avoid them and proceed to the east until we avoided the concentration of junks and then continued with our patrol.
That afternoon, Sunday, August 2nd, 1964, the first battle of Tonkin Gulf. The Maddox fired first, warning shots, the Pentagon said, and from the nearby carrier, Ticonderoga, Navy planes attacked the PT boats. North Vietnam said they had chased the Maddox out of their waters and warned America to stay away. In Washington, the president went to church with Mrs. Johnson and set a soothing tone for the nation. The next day, the president ordered the Turner Joy to join the Maddox and, if attacked, to destroy the attacking force. From Fleet Commander, in view of Maddox incident, consider it our best interest that we assert right of freedom of the seas and resume Gulf of Tonkin patrol earliest. That same message to Captain Herrick told him that his CPA, his closest point of approach to the coastline of North Vietnam, would be 8 nautical miles, and his closest point of approach to the North Vietnamese islands would be 4 nautical miles. And from Task Force 77, steaming in the South China Sea, a most somber warning. It is apparent that DRV, North Vietnam, has thrown down the gauntlet and now considers itself at war with the United States. It is felt they will attack U.S. forces on site with no regard to cost. U.S. ships in Gulf of Tonkin can no longer assume that they will be considered neutrals exercising the right of free transit. SINCPAC, Commander-in-Chief Pacific, to Maddox. Patrol will A, clearly demonstrate our determination to continue these operations. B, possibly draw North Vietnamese Navy patrol boats northward away from area of 34A ops.
What were we really doing there that night?
Well, we were protecting Operation 34A. Operation 34A was an operation, that's its code name, whereby South Vietnamese patrol boats bombarded 2 North Vietnamese islands and 2 security posts on the mainland of North Vietnam on two different nights. My suspicion was that the Maddox was a decoy ship, and that's exactly what she was. This is what the Secretary of Defense said. Our Navy played absolutely no part in, was not associated with, was not aware of any South Vietnam actions. Well, now let me point out how he concealed the facts. He didn't even tell us about the message that the Joint Chiefs of Staff had sent out of the Pentagon building to the Commander of the Pacific about Operation 34A. You mean to tell me that the Secretary of Defense didn't know about that?
Early in the morning of August 4th, the black box on the Maddox intercepts a North Vietnamese message, and a warning goes out from Captain Herrick to the fleet. Maddox to fleet. Evaluation of info from various sources indicates North Vietnam considers patrol directly involved with 34A ops. North Vietnam considers United States ships present as enemies because of these operations. Was it also your function in Tonkin to possibly withdraw enemy resistance from South Vietnamese commando hit-and-run raids that were happening that night off the coastal islands of North Vietnam?
Not to our knowledge, Morley. We had no, this was not included in our briefing, and if it happened, but this was not the mission that we were sent up there to do.
Could it be, indeed, that you were part of Operation 34A of the South Vietnamese commando raids that were happening from the south without even knowing it?
No possibility, no. No connection. This was an entirely separate operation and would have been conducted regardless of whether there were 34 Alpha Ops, as they were called.
Whether Herrick knew it or not, on the night of August 3rd, the night before, the South Vietnamese Navy, again using American-supplied patrol boats, raided the mainland of North Vietnam, Operation 34A. It was the first time the mainland had been shelled, and the North Vietnamese blamed the Americans. The Battle of Tonkin Gulf took place the night of August 4th, Tonkin time. It was 12 hours earlier in Washington. President Johnson talked to his aides many times during the day. One of them was McGeorge Bundy, the president's advisor on national security. Bundy, now president of the Ford Foundation, declined an invitation by 60 Minutes to recall that day in the White House. The president reached his decision early. He would bomb North Vietnam. The president was assured an attack had taken place, even though Captain Herrick on board the Maddox still had his doubts. Herrick cabled. Entire action leaves many doubts, except for apparent attempted ambush at beginning. Suggest thorough reconnaissance in daylight by aircraft. And at 1:30 a.m., the message we have already seen, the message that Senator Fulbright later said could have changed history. It showed Captain Herrick even more doubtful. Review of action makes many recorded contacts and torpedoes fired appear doubtful. Freak weather effects and over-eager sonar man may have accounted for many reports. No actual visual sightings by Maddox. Suggest complete evaluation before any further action. But the White House and the Pentagon and Pacific headquarters kept pressing Captain Herrick for absolute certainty immediately. At 2:45 a.m. Tonkin time, Herrick to headquarters. Details of action present a confusing picture, although certain that original ambush was bona fide. Your original messages to the Pentagon, to Washington, did leave some doubt, is that correct?
They were intended to. I wanted to have a little time to interview the CO of the Maddox and the Turner Joy and to accumulate the information necessary to arrive at a logical conclusion to what had happened that night. And after that information was in, and I verified my previous reports and stated that I definitely felt that we had been attacked that night.
It's also been suggested that Washington was putting a great deal of pressure on you to come up with some positive answers to what happened that night. A positive answer being, yes, we were attacked.
Well, I'm sure they needed one, and that's what we were trying to obtain for them, and we did, and sent it in.
By 6 o'clock that evening in Washington, President Johnson had given the final go-ahead for the bombing of North Vietnam. After that, the president called the leaders of Congress to the White House to tell them. They were unanimously behind him. The president asked them for a resolution of support. But a resolution had already been drafted weeks before at the State Department to give the president power to take any action to repel aggression and save South Vietnam. Again, 100% backing from the leaders of both parties. And yet, while 7th Fleet pilots were preparing to attack, the Pentagon was still pressing the Commander-in-Chief in the Pacific, Admiral Sharp, to press Captain Herrick on the Maddox to, in McNamara's words, make damn sure there had been an attack. Admiral Sharp to Herrick. 1, can you confirm absolutely that you were attacked? 2, can you confirm sinking of PT boats? 3, Desire replied directly with supporting evidence. Captain Herrick's final report shortly after 8 p.m. Washington time. He still had doubts. Maddox scored no known hits and never positively identified a boat. No known damage or personnel casualties to either ship. Turner Joy claims sinking one boat and damaging another. The first boat to close Maddox probably fired torpedo at Maddox, which was heard but not seen. All subsequent Maddox torpedo reports were doubtful in that it is supposed that sonar man was hearing ship's own propeller beat.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the president...
But by now, it's all academic. President Johnson goes on television shortly before midnight to announce the bombing of North Vietnam. The next day, at the United Nations, Ambassador Adlai Stevenson explains American actions and calls for world support. 2 days later, Congress passes the Tonkin Resolution. It gives the president authority to take America deep into Vietnam and open war, without a declaration of war. The president would later refer to the Tonkin Gulf Resolution as his authority for the actions he took in Vietnam. He told Walter Cronkite last winter that there were unknown risks in an actual declaration of war on North Vietnam.
I didn't ask for a declaration of war because I didn't know what treaty China might have with North Vietnam, or Russia might have with North Vietnam. The communists have these agreements among themselves. And if we declared war against North Vietnam, that might automatically declare war against China and bring them in, trigger the thing, or the Soviet Union.
The president, you remember, was in the midst of a campaign for the presidency. His platform was, I'm against the widening of the war. He used to say in his speeches, I am not about to send American boys to Asia to fight the battles that Asian boys should fight, and similar statements. Barry Goldwater was supposed to be the warmonger and the hawk. And this is one reason I was taken in. I was supporting the idea of Johnson. So a declaration of war is just the opposite of what this was represented to be. This was a resolution to prevent a war. Now, I think if he'd come in for a war, the country would have been shocked. I don't think they had any idea of going to war in this way.
But I didn't want any doubt about the American Congress. Anyone served in Congress 25 years, as I had served in Congress, wasn't about to undertake the responsibilities and the dangers I had in South Vietnam without the Congress being with me. And the Congress was with me before that resolution went up. Every single man in that room recommended it and advocated it. But when the going got hard, when the road got longer and dustier, when the casualties started coming in, why, there's certain folks started looking for the cellar. I know a good many of them have, and I don't question their right to do so. I don't even criticize them for taking that position if that's what their conscience dictates. But I just wish their conscience had been operating when they were making all these other decisions, because Congress gave us this authority in August 1964 to do whatever may be necessary. That's pretty far-reaching. That's the sky's the limit.
At the time, I referred to it as another sinking of the Maine.
Suggesting?
Well, you know what the best historical advice is in regard to the sinking of the Maine. It was a deliberate act on the part of the United States to have an excuse to go to war against Spain. The Gulf of Tonkin was a deliberate, aggressive act on the part of the Johnson administration to justify making war against North Vietnam.
3 weeks after the Tonkin incident, the Maddox put into Subic Bay in the Philippines. Investigators from the Pentagon came aboard and interrogated most of the crew. Testimony only of those who thought they had seen enemy action was later presented to the Fulbright Committee. No testimony from those who thought nothing was there. Former Senator Wayne Morse.
Well, don't pay any attention to what the military says after the fact to make a case before the fact. If you rely upon the American military for credibility, then you're easy prey.
Another Pentagon report investigated how the top military commanders handled the Tonkin incident. The Fulbright Committee asked to see that report, but was refused. The report is still secret, but a former Assistant Defense Secretary remembers what it said. Paul Warnke.
As far as the facts are concerned, I think it's pretty clear that there was an attack on the American destroyers. Now, the attack was nothing as dramatic as blowing up the battleship Maine, but nonetheless, the proof indicated that an attack occurred. So that what people are questioning now is really the validity of our entire Vietnamese involvement.
Were we waiting for an incident at the time?
Oh, I would say, trying to reconstruct history, that probably we were on the alert for the kind of provocation that would lead us to react, yes. And the Tonkin Gulf incident just provided the trigger for an American response that would have occurred in any event at some point in history. American involvement, it seems to me, was not precipitated by the Tonkin Gulf incident. It has just come to characterize a policy which many of us have concluded since was a mistake of judgment.
In January, Congress finally repealed the Tonkin Gulf resolution. Senator Fulbright's argument was the resolution, like any other contract based on misrepresentation, was null and void. Was the resolution based on misrepresentation? We may never know. The Fulbright Committee dropped its investigation in 1968 and never came up with a final definitive report. Some have questioned, is that the way to run an investigation? But more important about the Tonkin incident, is that the way a great nation goes to war? Unfortunately, yes. History is studded with debatable, even trifling incidents that triggered great wars. And now, again, the Tonkin Gulf incident and the Indochina War. It's a question that the Congress and the country is debating today. 6.5 years later, at least 1 million Indo-Chinese dead, 300,000 American wounded, 44,631 American dead, and more to come. The tunnels of Cu Chi were probably the Viet Cong's most effective strategic weapon in its 30 years of war against the French, the government of South Vietnam, and the United States. The Tunnels of Cu Chi is also the title of a book soon to be published. It's by two Englishmen who became intrigued with the labyrinth of tunnels that reached right into Saigon, that were burrowed beneath the field headquarters of American units. Equally intriguing were the handful of Americans who volunteered to try to root out those tunnels, who went down to find the enemy, eye-to-eye warfare. They called themselves the Tunnel Rats. If courage is grace under stress, then what those men demonstrated was grace under stress, underground. Their battleground was the dirtiest part of the dirtiest war this country has ever fought. When they were fighting it, few of them realized how extensive it was. Hundreds of miles of intersecting tunnels, mostly the width of a small man's body, but widening out to contain field hospitals and theaters. The most important were at Cu Chi, smack under the headquarters of the U.S. 25th Division. The Viet Cong commander of the Cu Chi tunnels was Nguyen Thanh Linh. He lived and fought underground for 5 years. After the war, he took the BBC on a tour of his tunnels.
This was the underground headquarters of the vice chief of the entire Saigon military area.
The 25th and the 1st Division were losing men to snipers who seemed to melt into the earth. And so was formed, or improvised, a unit calling itself the Tunnel Rats. On the eve of the 10th anniversary of the end of the war, we invited 6 of them to recall their war. They are Herbert Thornton, Bernie Justin, Jack Flowers, Major Randy Ellis, Bill Pelfrey, and Pedro Rijo, who was born in Cuba. All of them were volunteers, all of them used to routinely descend into something approaching hell.
What kind of man did it take to be a tunnel rat?
Very simplistically, it took a man that was long on and short on brains. That's what it took.
That's a pretty damn good definition. He just had to have the will to want to do it, because the minute when he was no longer a volunteer, where you had to tell him to get down there and do it, you just let him get rid of him, because he'd stick his head underground and say, well, it only goes 10 feet, and if he didn't want to get underground anymore, he was no more good to you.
It was a one-on-one situation. It was you versus the enemy.
And you had to go in head first, correct?
Right. Oh, yes.
Always.
Never feet first anywhere.
Risky business for him.
So you had to have somebody on your feet when you went to.
Always went in with your hands out in front of you, too, because if you got your arms trapped to your side, you were stuck there. You were just there, period. If you didn't get your arms through first, you couldn't get out.
What did you find, apart from Viet Cong, what did you find down there?
I came across one time a tripwire that was located in the tunnel, and it led to a box that was at the side of the tunnel that had been carved out, and in that box was about 10 or 15 very angry scorpion spiders. There was a bamboo snake. We found this a couple of times where they actually had the snake tied to a piece of bamboo that was stuck into the top of a tunnel. It's probably been tied up there for 3 or 4 days, and that viper will strike at whatever comes through. It could hit you in the neck or in the face, and of course that's the fastest place to the heart. It's a very natural type of booby trap that they used to.
You used to go down there alone.
Right, sir.
I used to go there alone.
Why?
I was trying to show them in a way that by me being alone, that I was not afraid of them. I was not afraid at all. They didn't scare me one bit. I was worried about the snakes. That scares me. But you were worried more about that than what the enemy being inside the tunnel.
You almost talk as if you enjoyed the work.
I did. I did it very much. Many times, in fact, many times it was argument between the teams about who were going to go in first. And Major Ellis had to get involved in it because of it.
Pete would have gone every time if I'd have let him, but I also had the other tunnel rats to contend with.
Let me ask you a tough question, Pete. Did you enjoy killing?
Did I enjoy killing? I enjoyed doing my job. That I did. That was my job. I was going down there to destroy. I was going down there. I wasn't going to bring no prisoner out. Not in 2 feet wide and 3 feet high. I can't do that. I figured the more I destroy, then the better off it be.
How did you feel about not taking prisoners, Major?
The entire time I was a tunnel rat, we never took a prisoner underground. We were unsuccessful in trying to talk them out of the tunnel. They would not come.
But Herbert Thornton, 4 years earlier, in different tunnels, had a different experience.
I got 54 people out at one crack, but I didn't know there were 54 people. All I could see was the one guy that was eye to eye with me in the tunnel, and I'm holding a 45 right under his nose, ready to blow him away, and would have in a second if he'd have made the wrong move. But I backed him out. And when we backed him out, we got 54 people.
Did men crack?
I did. At the end.
What happened?
I went down a hole, and it was almost guaranteed that there was someone down there. And when I was finally dropped at the bottom to where the tunnel entrance would be, I committed sort of the tunnel rat sin as far as we were concerned, and that was to empty your pistol. And I was certain at that time that I'd killed a man face to face. I perceived myself actually shooting this VC in the eye, the cheek, the neck, and 3 or 4 other places up here. And there wasn't anything there at all. It was just a figment of my imagination. And I never will forget looking up at the top, and the tunnel rats were looking down at me. And I was their leader. I was the Rat 6 at the time. Had decorations and had basically a valorous career as Rat 6. It was an honor to be the Rat 6. And they knew that I'd killed somebody, otherwise I wouldn't have emptied my gun. But I'd had enough. That was it. And basically the battalion sort of got me out of the country right away. And I came back home.
How were they able to function underground? They were in hospitals underground. They had a tank underground. They had howitzers underground.
They had all kinds of things, 500-pound aerial bombs that weren't exploded. They took in there and chopped them apart with a hatchet.
That's right, to make mines out of them.
To make mines out. Now, how did they lug that 500-pound bomb through the water traps and everything?
I think in a way, they're analogous to ants. Ants can move huge things to strange places underground.
Generally, we were short of everything. Ammunition, medicines, the detonators and fuses you see here, the mines. We took as much as we could from the Americans' rubbish. We even collected their beer cans and made them into grenades.
I pulled a Singer sewing machine out of one time. Everybody laughed. Old pedal job, you know. What are they doing down there? They were making gas masks. Somebody was bringing them canvas and stuff out of Saigon, and they're down there making gas masks, so when we'd use the tear gas on them, they put their little homemade mask on, well, with charcoal fill on it. It'll work just as good as one of them $200 ones, you know?
They had homemade gas masks, but an expedient is just a piece of gauze and urinate on it and hold it over your nose.
Urine on a piece of gauze?
On a piece of gauze and hold it over their mouth.
Virtually every tunnel that we went in my experience, changed levels at least 2 or 3 times. And a level change then amounted to something similar to an airlock. We just could not apply enough pressure, overpressure, to force gas CS gas or an explosive gas all the way through any sort of tunnel.
Luôn luôn là ném các phi hơi cay và lúc nào nó cũng có thoang thoảng mùi cay và khó chịu.
When our soldiers were wounded, we had to keep them in the underground shelters. Some spent as long as 5 or 6 months down there. They would rather be killed than wounded. They didn't crave for food or drink, but for a breath of fresh air above ground, a glimpse of the sunlight.
Did you find bodies down there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We uncovered 18 in just a small area.
Some very fresh ones. Some of them, they put them in a way so you won't be able to go through them. And you don't want to move them because they kill you.
The bodies of their own men were booby-trapped.
That's right, that's right. And a lot of them, they were very fresh, and the smell, and then you've seen, when you got right on top of it and you hit them with a flashlight, you've seen maggots crawling out of the mouth and to the eyes, to the nose, and section of the body, and when you crawl through it, you picked up some of them with you, and you used to go and just ignore them, just take them out of your clothes and keep on going. Don't move the body, because the body will be trapped, definitely.
We found bodies buried in tunnels quite a few times, but you only report it once because some intelligence officer is going to tell you to dig him out and see what killed him.
That's right.
You would be amazed at just how sharp your senses become when you're in that tunnel. Your sense of hearing is so acute, you could hear, if there was someone else in the tunnel, you could hear him breathing, and you would be able to hear whether he was crawling towards you or away from you. And if you heard someone crawling, hopefully he was crawling away from you.
But there was barely room for your shoulders. You couldn't get, there was no room to maneuver.
That's right.
Absolutely not.
That's right.
No room to maneuver. If you came under fire, it's like you're in a shooting gallery. There's no place for you to go.
There was a hot tunnel. We'd already lost 2 men. And I eventually went point. And I had been fired at going through. And I came to the trap door, moved it up, turned it on its beveled side, and took a very deep breath. The thing hadn't blown up yet, so there was no booby trap on it. And I was watching it with my flashlight and my pistol, and the trap door moved by itself and sat back down in its seat, and I hadn't touched it. So someone was right there. I took another deep breath. The next thing I realized, the trap door opened again, and there was a hand grenade right in my face, and it fell right onto my body. He made a very big mistake. He gave me 5 seconds to get away. Had he pulled the pin, let go of the handle, and counted to 3, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Later that day, that man died because of that mistake that he made. And
who killed him?
One of my men.
What did you dread most about going down there?
I dreaded being buried alive down there. I wasn't afraid of getting shot down there or getting knifed down there, but I really hated to think about getting buried down there.
There's always that nagging sense in the back of your mind that if there's some major explosion to your rear or the tunnel collapses behind you, and you're there, and you're buried.
Tell me, when you flushed out a tunnel, took prisoners, killed some people, was that the end of the active life of that tunnel?
You only owned that piece of ground while you stood on it. As soon as you moved out of the area, Charlie moved right back into it. That was this type of war.
We would attempt to destroy as much of the tunnel as we could, but invariably they'd find some way of either just bypassing that section of the tunnel, dig it back out. It's like trying to get rid of an anthill.
There's an officer in Hawaii, still in the Army, Colonel Rat, who to this day cannot talk about the tunnels. He says he can't articulate. He still has horrible nightmares.
There's not a day or a night that goes by that I don't think, I dream about it.
All of you?
It's never left me, ever.
About the first 6 months I come back, I was shaky. I mean, somebody would slam his door or something and I'd about hit the ground.
You know, it's strange. So little is known, has been written or reported even,
about this part of the war. And yet I dare say had it been another war, there would have been movies made about you guys, heroic novels written. Do you feel forgotten?
I'm glad to be here with all my comrades. We share a certain bond that I don't think anybody else that has not done that or shared that experience can ever feel. But I harbor no bitterness. I don't feel anybody owes me anything.
But the war was not fought by people like me. It was fought by, you know, a much different class of people. The underprivileged, you know, blacks. It was a war that was not fought by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. And to this day, I don't think that the government doesn't owe me anything, but I think it owes something to a lot of those people that never had the opportunity to go back to rebuild their lives. And I would hope that, you know, things like this that we're doing right here brings an awareness to the country that there are people that are still out there that need some help.
Do you need help?
Not anymore.
Morley Safer reports tonight from My Lai 4, the hamlet where Lieutenant William Calley and the men of Charlie Company made their sweep that March day 3 years ago. This is Morley's Requiem for My Lai.
There are no memorials in My Lai 4. If they didn't take you to it, you wouldn't know there was ever a hamlet there. But it's not a ghost place. By day, there is more life than death in My Lai 4. Around the hamlet, the women and the old men tend the rice paddies. But they do not stay there anymore. At night, My Lai 4 is given back to the dead. No one seems to know exactly where it all happened that March day in 1968. The local militiamen who provide security and guide you in past the booby traps say it was here, there, and everywhere. A massacre is not an organized thing. It's as confusing as any big military operation. You only happen on the graves of My Lai 4, cross a patch of fallow ground, wander towards the remains of someone's house, and you find them, random graves. Some people of My Lai 4 buried in the good earth of Vietnam. But aside from the graves and the rusted tins of sea rations left behind by Charlie Company, 1st Battalion, 20th Infantry of the 11th Brigade of the Americal Division, there is no My Lai 4. That part of Quang Ngai Province that we vulgarized as Pinkville simply does not exist. How do you write about or describe a My Lai without writing a polemic of one kind or another? That there have been other My Lais, we know that. Only the scale of death has been smaller. That many thousands of Vietnamese lives have been saved by very ordinary Americans, we know that too. We also know that one does not cancel out the other. So in trying to write a requiem for My Lai, you face as many moral booby traps as you do the very real ones that still surround this hamlet. A few hundred yards from My Lai 4 is the refugee center of Tonkin, a resettlement area, they call it. These people have been brought in from surrounding villages that are now free fire zones. And the survivors of My Lai 4 are here as well. My Lai was a rich hamlet, brick and concrete buildings. They now live in grass hooches, military for a Vietnamese home. And as you walk the dusty track of Tonkin, you wonder what they must think. You look the same as the men of Charlie Company. They couldn't speak the language either. And when you try to ask, you know you get the answer they think you want to hear. To people with names like Phuong and Nguyen and Nguyen and Ree, surely people with names like Calley and Medina and Meadlow and Coster are the freaks or the gooks or the dinks. Do they hate us, these people from My Lai? In Tu Cuong, you have a hard time believing the place ever existed. One of those epic events, half myth, out of another time that Vietnamese storytellers like to relate. But you know it happened somewhere down that crossroad. Do they forgive? Do they understand the justice of Fort Benning? Do they even remember which one was Cali? Is there any difference between the men with strange names and strange faces and the reporters who come to gaze on them today? In the refugee village of Tu Cuong these days, you want to say something, maybe apologize. But you feel it would take a lifetime of teaching Western conscience and Christian guilt to get the message across. And even then, would it make any difference? Would it explain the day the people of My Lai 4 were blown away?
President Bush says that he was shocked and appalled by what American soldiers did to Iraqi POWs. Well, tonight meet an American hero who says he felt the same way more than 30 years ago in a different American war in Vietnam. Hugh Thompson was a helicopter pilot back in 1968 on a day American soldiers gunned down more than 500 unarmed civilians in a village called My Lai. The dead were women, old men, children. And even more of them would have died if Thompson had not confronted his fellow soldiers, stopped their murderous rampage, and airlifted a number of civilians to safety. For years, the U.S. military tried to cover up the My Lai massacre, and Hugh Thompson was treated not as a hero, but as a traitor. But that all changed for Thompson one night this past March at a special ceremony in Nashville, Tennessee.
Captain Retired U.C. Thompson and his escort, Colonel Retired Dr. Hal Kushner.
It was a night Hugh Thompson, the man on the right, never dreamed would happen. For years, he'd been treated as an outcast, a turncoat, because he had dared to question his fellow American GIs who said that they were just following orders. But this night, at last, he was being honored and inducted into an elite fraternity, the Army Aviation Hall of Fame.
As an OH-23 pilot with the 123rd Aviation Battalion, Chief Warrant Officer Hugh Thompson flew over the Vietnamese village of My Lai on March the 16th of 1968 as U.S. troops were killing civilians.
That day back in 1968 was truly barbaric. Young, inexperienced American troops, told by their leaders that My Lai was an enemy stronghold, rounded up civilians, burned down their huts, and then shot hundreds of them down in cold blood. Hugh Thompson, believing at first it was a legitimate combat operation, was flying his small chopper over My Lai that day, trying to draw enemy fire away from the American GIs on the ground. But there was no enemy fire. And when he saw the piles of bodies, he felt sick and ashamed. What happened was so shocking, so inconceivable, that we asked Thompson and his gunner Larry Colburn to go back with us to Vietnam and explain it all to us for a 60-minute story in 1998. Thompson told us he landed his chopper near a rice paddy, and while his crew covered him with M60 machine guns, he managed to save some civilians from being murdered. But he says he could not stop others from being gunned down even after they'd been marched into this ditch.
170 people were marched down in there. Women, old men, babies. GI stood up on the side with their weapons on full automatic and machine gun fire.
There were no weapons captured. There were no draft age males killed. They were civilians.
Ditch full of bodies?
Yes, sir.
No, it was full, sir.
Full of blood?
Yes, sir. Some of the people were still, they were dying. They weren't all dead.
As Thompson and Colburn were recalling the horrors of that day for us, an elderly woman walked toward us. She said that she had been dumped in the ditch back in 1968, but had survived, shielded by the bodies of the dead and the dying.
Sorry we couldn't help you that day.
Why, she wanted to know, were so many villagers killed that day? And why was Thompson different from the rest of the Americans?
I saved the people because I wasn't taught to murder and kill. I can't answer for the people who took part in it. I apologize for the ones who did. I just wish we could have helped more people that day.
In fact, they did help more people. Thompson and Colburn found 9 or 10 villagers cowering in a bunker.
Thank you.
They radioed for a couple of choppers, which airlifted all of them to safety.
And I'm so sorry.
And we managed to find 2 of the women they'd saved. Mrs. Nung, who was 73 at the time, was 43 when she was rescued. Mrs. Nung was only 6.
You were very small then. You were at the entrance. This is Larry. This is Larry. He was with me that day.
Didn't you take your life in your hands, Hugh, when you got out and told the American soldiers who had been killing that they'd better quit and let these people get out of the bunker? If you won't answer that, Larry, didn't he?
Yes, sir, he did. And he didn't even take a weapon with him. He had a sidearm. He didn't even have it drawn. He just placed himself
in harm's path.
And I was thinking that at that point anything could have happened. And we watched Mr. Thompson go to the bunker and bring the people out.
There was just, no value whatsoever on life.
I reminded the 2 men about another woman they'd tried to warn as they hovered just above her in their chopper.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
An Army photographer had taken her picture.
We saw her in the tall grass, and I motioned for her to stay.
And so she crouched down but didn't...
I was hoping she wouldn't be detected, and when we came back, she was in this condition.
Oh, my.
There's a big difference between killing in war and murder. Cold-blooded murder.
What do you call it when you march 100 or 200 people down in a ditch and line up on the side with machine guns and start firing into it? Reminds me of another story that happened in World War II, like the Nazis.
Stunned by what he had seen that day, Hugh Thompson reported back to his superiors. But from the very beginning, the U.S. military tried to cover up the massacre. And that was not all. Thompson is uncomfortable talking about it, but before the Hall of Fame ceremony in Nashville, he and Larry Colburn told us that the U.S. military had stopped providing him with adequate backup on his chopper missions after My Lai.
You kept flying missions, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you kept attracting enemy fire?
Yes, sir.
He was placed in a very precarious position as far as the missions that he was carrying out.
How do you mean? Precarious position?
Well, he didn't have adequate cover, in my opinion. Instead of being followed by 2 armed gunships, he had another scout helicopter.
Scout helicopters are not equipped with the powerful guns and rockets carried by the larger Huey gunships.
It seemed like he was really going out on a limb when he was going out without adequate cover.
And how many choppers did you lose?
I think 3 or 4, something like that.
4.
Actually, Thompson crashed a total of 5 times, and the last time, he broke his back.
Why has none of this ever been told before?
I don't know. Well, I just sort of like went underground. I didn't mention it to anybody.
Hugh Thompson may have clammed up, but word of what he had done followed him when he returned from Vietnam to the States, and he kept paying a price for turning on his fellow soldiers at My Lai.
I received death threats over the phone.
Anonymous death threats?
Yes, sir. They don't leave there. And we didn't have caller ID. But it was scary. Dead animals on your porch, mutilated animals on your porch some mornings when you get up. So I was not a good guy.
You went to the officers' club, and what'd they do?
Be 100 people in there after work. And 5 minutes after I was there, it seemed like it was me and the bartender left.
Thompson came in, they left the officers' club.
Yes, sir. But this was because
the truth, I don't think, was out there. I was somebody that was crying and whining about a few people getting accidentally killed. There was no accidental killing that day. It was murder.
But when Hugh Thompson testified about those murders to Congress in 1970, his testimony was kept secret.
They didn't want the story out.
No.
About the massacre at My Lai.
Well, not when one of the senior congressmen during these secret testimonies say if anybody goes to jail that day, it'll be that helicopter pilot.
With the truth hidden away, Hugh Thompson admits he felt very much alone. And for years he remained silent about My Lai. The military, meantime, continued to give him the cold shoulder. But that began to change shortly after our story aired on 60 Minutes. To begin with, the military service academies started inviting him to visit and give lectures on military ethics to young soldiers. Thompson began to open up as he told those soldiers unforgettable stories about My Lai.
A lot of the girls didn't scream too much because they'd already cut their tongues out. And a bayonet can kill two real quick if they're pregnant. It got nasty that day. I personally, I wish I was a big enough man to say I forgive them, but I swear to God I can't.
And you continue now to lecture at West Point,
yes,
lecture at the Naval Academy, trying to tell today's troops what?
To be a soldier and act like a soldier.
The tide turned some more when the Pentagon finally recognized Thompson, Colburn, and Glenn Andreotta, their crewmate who died in Vietnam after My Lai. All three were awarded the prestigious Soldier's Medal. But 30 years had passed since the massacre, and Thompson says it was strangely unsatisfying. Too late, he says, from a reluctant military leadership. But he felt far different on the stage in Nashville, as he was inducted on the first ballot into the Army Aviation Hall of Fame.
He and his crew spotted some Vietnamese trying to hide. He landed and, with crewmen Larry Colburn and Glenn Andreotti covering him, pulled out of hiding 9 people facing certain death and evacuated them from the area.
This is a big one.
Is the big one. Why?
This is my peers electing me to put me in there. This is my fellow aviators, and that makes me feel real good.
Well, I'm proud I know you. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Welcome home.
Once again, Christian Amanpour of CNN on special assignment for 60 Minutes.
Few things frighten the civilized world as much as environmental disasters like toxic spills and nuclear accidents. And now, concerned scientists are looking into the possibility that the United States, albeit inadvertently, might have unleashed an environmental disaster when it dumped huge amounts of the defoliant Agent Orange on Vietnam. The reason the U.S. dumped millions and millions of gallons of Agent Orange on South Vietnam was to destroy thick jungle like this that provided cover for the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese army. The defoliant was 1,000 times stronger than weed killer used in the United States, but the American servicemen who sprayed it and even bathed in it didn't know that it also contained a deadly byproduct, dioxin. Dioxin is the most toxic man-made chemical of all, now known to cause cancers, low IQs in children, and at least one type of birth defect. But until now, no one has studied what happened in Vietnam, the site of the biggest dioxin contamination in history. A Canadian team of scientists called the Hatfield Group is trying to find out whether dioxin in Agent Orange was as bad for the people here as it was for the trees. Tom Beauvin heads the team.
There very well could be increased incidences of birth defects or cancers or other problems as a result of the Agent Orange spraying. What those exact statistics are, whether it's 10 times or 2 times or 100 times, I don't know. I mean, I think we need more data. Let's go.
And that's exactly what Bovin and his Vietnamese partners will be fishing for today, at the bottom of the food chain.
We're going to collect some fish samples from these 2 ponds. Actually, they look like a couple of old bomb craters. Okay, that's the biggest grass carp we ever got.
According to the Hatfield team, dioxin can be found in the fish, especially around a former U.S. military base. Dioxin in these ducks is 3 times the level that would close commercial food production in the West.
Basically, it was use of chemicals in warfare. So chemical warfare is a no-no these days. And no, nobody could ever do that type of thing again, that's for sure.
But back then, millions of American servicemen were exposed. They too were sprayed by Agent Orange. One of them was a 19-year-old draftee from Michigan named Larry Lai.
It got all over you. It got all over everything. And that's when and then a few hours later, everything it landed on was green. Within a few hours, it was dead and brown laying on the ground.
And when you saw the immediate effect it had on the foliage, did you ever wonder what it did to you?
Not at that time. Everybody knew the government wouldn't do nothing to harm us, right? Never even crossed our minds.
Until?
Until I got home and first child ended up being messed up real bad with spina bifida.
For 25 years, Larry petitioned the Veterans Administration to recognize that Stacy's spina bifida was caused by his exposure to Agent Orange. And for 25 years, they said no. Until 2 years ago, when studies showed that this birth defect may be linked to dioxin. Stacy receives $1,200 a month, and veterans exposed to Agent Orange can now be compensated for 9 other illnesses. The Vietnamese claim a whole host of illnesses and defects can be traced to Agent Orange spraying, especially along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. That famous wartime supply route now leads directly to dioxin victims, according to Dr. Tran Man Hung.
Even American doctors recognize that this is one of the diseases that is related to dioxin.
Mr. Ho Tin Pheek was sprayed by Agent Orange during the war. He now has cancer, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Mr. Quinn Dem is dying of liver cancer, which has also been linked to dioxin. It's no secret to those taking care of him, they've already prepared his coffin. But the cruelest fate, according to Dr. Hung, awaits the children who've been born with learning disabilities and birth defects.
This girl is 6 years old, but she still cannot speak. She can't even sit up by herself. Someone always has to hold her. Areas that were sprayed by Agent Orange have 10 to 20 times more birth defects than normal. But to finish the research, we need help from abroad. Vietnam can't do it alone.
66.
And now, for the first time ever, Western scientists will get to test a critical piece of the dioxin puzzle.
We've tested the soils in this area. We found dioxins in it. We've tested some of the food items. We found dioxins in those food items. So the next logical step is to also test the human population.
And so, hundreds of blood samples will be collected and sent to Canada for analysis, along with dozens of vials of mother's milk, to see whether dioxin is being passed to the children. Every family will also be examined by Vietnamese and Canadian doctors to see just how many birth defects and illnesses there are in this valley. A case of spina bifida, the same birth defect that Larry Lai's daughter suffers from back in Michigan, immediately attracts the attention of another member of the Canadian team, Dr. Ralph Brands.
Generally, the buildup of fluid will be compressing her brains. She's obviously not walking, so we could expect developmental delays, mental retardation.
It's too late to help her baby, but Mrs. Ho can still help the researchers by giving her own blood and her milk.
We're really just trying to help the Vietnamese to start collecting some data on these people. People just don't have medical records. There's no computers here, you know, so we're just trying to help put the roots down so that others after us can come in and hopefully help answer some of these big questions.
The answers from the lab show that in this community, dioxin in abnormally high levels is present in both mother's milk and human blood. But the big question remains, did dioxin cause this community's birth defects? This is the main maternity hospital in Saigon, or Ho Chi Minh City, and it has one of the many centers for children born with birth defects. But although many of their families come from villages that were sprayed with Agent Orange, no one can say with any certainty that the chemical caused their problems. But the Vietnamese who take care of these children believe that dioxin caused many of these defects. The chief neonatologist here is Dr. Le Diem Hung. So you think these kids' problems are from Agent Orange?
I think 1, 2, 3, 4 who was born in the spray area.
And he has what? He has spina bifida and leg problems?
Yes, leg problem too. Yeah, spina bifida and leg.
And do you think that's caused by Agent Orange?
Yes. Yeah.
But Dr. Arnold Schechter, who's written the definitive text on what dioxin can do to people, is not so sure, even though he's pushed for America to finally investigate this controversial issue.
If there's health damage, then there should be compensation, and there should be prevention measures, there should be cleanup to be discussed. It's a difficult area. It's not a pure science. It's not just like treating strep throat.
When we look at these children, it's obviously really tragic. I mean, how much of this can you really attribute to dioxin?
We don't know with the children at this hospital. That would take health studies. For any individual patient, you would have to do a thorough workup, and we need much more research.
Dr. Schechter has been doing research with Dr. Lee Cao Dai of Vietnam's Red Cross. They're collecting samples at a place called Bin Hoa, close to what used to be the main U.S. air base for Agent Orange missions. They believe dioxin is leaking into a lake where people fish.
We're going to see the man who had the very highest level of dioxin, which we believe is from Agent Orange.
So he's eating contaminated fish?
Yes. And you believe the runoff is from the Bin Hoa Air Base?
Yes.
Hello, how are you?
Mr. Nguyen, who fought alongside the Americans, has been too sick to work for the past 10 years. Dr. Schechter has come to tell him the amount of dioxin in his blood is more than 40 times the normal level.
And does everyone eat the same fish? Everyone. You can squeeze my hand if you like.
To confirm his suspicions, Dr. Schechter tests Nguyen's wife as well, and is astonished to find that her blood contains 70 times more dioxin than is normal, the highest anyone's tested since the war.
We were surprised. I had expected that the rates would be coming down since the spraying ended. The results are that we're finding much higher level of dioxin from Agent Orange in the blood of Vietnamese than we found for a long time.
Now, 25 years after the war has ended, it's America's Vietnam veterans who are pushing the hardest for the United States to wage one last battle in Vietnam, the battle for answers.
We've got 300 here.
George Claxton handles Larry Lay's case and hundreds of others for the Vietnam Veterans of America.
People don't want to hear about Agent Orange. A lot of them don't. They don't want to hear about the Vietnam War either. It's something they want to forget about. But the people who are sick, the people that are dying, the children that have birth defects, they can't forget.
Do you think the U.S. government should spend money trying to study the situation in Vietnam, trying to clear it up?
If they don't study it in Vietnam and find the answers there as to why it poisons you and how to get rid of that poison, where are they going to study it? It's the best laboratory in the world. No, there are people dying all over the world from dioxin. You have to find the answers, and you go to the best place you can, and that's Vietnam.
Amnesty means a pardon, forgiveness, wiping the slate clean. And amnesty, we are told now by some Americans, is what we should grant the tens of thousands of draft resistors and deserters who fled the United States rather than fight in Vietnam. There is a precedent for amnesty. Abe Lincoln granted it, with certain conditions, to Confederate soldiers after the Civil War. Calvin Coolidge did the same for deserters from World War I. And Harry Truman's Amnesty Review Board pardoned 1,500 of the draft resistors from World War II. Now President Nixon is being petitioned for amnesty for the Vietnam exiles. He was asked about it at his last news conference.
Mr. President, do you foresee granting amnesty to any of the young men who have fled the United States to avoid fighting in a war that they consider to be immoral?
No. These are some of the deserters and draft resistors the president was saying no to. About 100 of them, along with wives, girlfriends, and children, winding up Thanksgiving dinner a few weeks ago in Montreal. Some 50 students from U.S. colleges had joined them for the holiday. Since the exiles rarely gather in such large numbers anywhere in Canada, it was a good place to start a lot of them talking about amnesty.
The question I'd like to ask is this. If amnesty were granted you by the United States government tomorrow, how many of you would go back? Those who would, raise your hands, please.
Go back to live?
Go back to live, not to visit. Go back to live. Raise your hands or stand up.
I saw.
Or stand up. You would. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, okay. How many of you, if amnesty were granted by the U.S. government tomorrow, would opt to stay here in Canada and live in Canada? Raise your hands. Really?
Yeah, really. We're not going to ask for forgiveness from a government. The only issue of amnesty, I think we feel, is the issue of, do we forgive them? They are the criminals, not us.
In fact, many of the exiles all over Canada reject the word amnesty if it means our forgiving them. And the words draft resistor and deserter have an honorable ring to them. As they see it, they are the ones who are right, who are morally correct for having refused to take part in what they call a criminal war in Vietnam. But the major reason for their lopsided response to my question in Montreal is that a large proportion of the exiles in Canada, perhaps the great majority, no longer view the United States as home. They're beginning to make it now in Canada. They like the life there, and they plan to stay.
You want to stay here?
Yeah.
Make your life here?
Yeah.
Turned your back on the United States?
Well, I didn't turn my back on the people, my people, and the land of the United States, no, but I sure turned my back on the government and what we call the system. Yeah, I don't want any part of it.
No, you don't want amnesty?
No. You know, it would be nice. I'd like it for the other guys.
How many of your friends, your companions here in Quebec, in Montreal, how many feel the way that you do you think?
He's about the only one that thinks the other way.
Ken Duff is a deserter from the Marine Corps. He was one of the very few young men who raised his hand to say that he would go back to the United States if amnesty were declared.
My own thoughts are that there are 200 million people living in the United States right now, and these are 200 million human beings. There is no question in my mind of a government in itself being either bad or good. It's the people that have to change it. And if you feel that you have a contribution to make or you feel that there's still a possibility for change, it doesn't really make much sense to me that you come to Canada and go away from the center of the problem, in other words. Canada is fine, and it's a really great place, and for a lot of people that's where they should be. But for other people, the United States is where they should be. That's where the problem is. That's where the greatest need is.
And that's where you want to go?
That's where I want to be.
Unless we got the word that we were right, we wouldn't go back. We're not going to submit to being forgiven.
Submit to being forgiven?
Sure, that's just an indignity.
I don't think there's any question of forgiveness. I mean, there has to be forgiveness both ways.
Every time we get one of these discussions going, somebody brings up that point about we got to forgive, a little forgiveness in both directions. What specifically are we going to be forgiven?
The refugees, that's what they like to call themselves, insist there are 100,000 of them now in Canada. Not just deserters and draft resistors, but their wives, girlfriends, their families. They say there are 7,000 here in Montreal. Those figures are probably inflated. It's difficult to know. There's no way really to tell just how many of them are here. But a lot of them who do leave the States in search of refuge and head north for Montreal, when they arrive here, come first to the American Refugee Service behind that yellow door. Here they can get help with housing, jobs, French lessons if they need them. The young man who runs the center is Richard Gooding, a friend of Ken Duff, the Marine deserter. Gooding had a promising job at the New York Times before he received his draft notice. Then he decided to go to Canada. His wife, Susan, is from Munster, Indiana.
What about the Goodings? Let's say that amnesty tomorrow, repatriation tomorrow were granted. Would you go back?
No, I wouldn't, no.
You would not go back?
Not necessarily. I would certainly go back for visits. I don't think there's anybody here who's so hardline he wouldn't go back for visits. But to go back to live permanently, at this point, I would say I would stay here.
Susan, you agree?
Well, he'd put up quite a fight to get him back there. I really feel something for back there. I mean, I feel roots back there right now. Although I must admit, they're slowly dying out. When I first came up here a year ago, all I could think about every day, I must have cried and begged him to go back. And now, I went home in August, and I found out that my home is really with Richard.
Does that make you happy? Honest?
No.
Makes you sad?
I'd like to go back. I'd really like to go back. I'd go tomorrow. But...
Do you argue about it? Really?
Yes. My parents don't call me on the holidays because I get so depressed. I really would like to be back with them at those times and share it with them, all the families together.
The man who drove up to Canada to put that Thanksgiving dinner together was Baxton Bryant, a strapping Methodist minister from North Carolina, who strides along with a hat given him by Johnny Cash. The Reverend has a considerable respect for many of the young exiles, like Ken Duff.
I would imagine in the community of nations, the group that will show the greatest spirit and morality of America are not the group, I say in all respect, that went to Vietnam, but the group that came to Canada. And I think we've got to quit waging a war, an emotional war, against young people whose only crime is they want to live, they want to love, and they want to be community.
If the United States grants amnesty to these young Americans in Canada, Japan, Sweden, then in future, what's going to be the incentive for a young man to go to war for his country, if indeed his country needs him at war?
I think it's up to a nation to be right enough on the issues that if its borders or if its national interest is really threatened, that it's got to rely upon the intelligence and the patriotism of its people to support it. And that has not happened in Vietnam. I'd like to see the whole thing wiped clean, open the borders, and say to our young men, if you want to, come home. If you don't, Godspeed wherever you are.
Ken Duff, the 19-year-old deserter, was a lonely voice for amnesty at that Thanksgiving dinner. But in Montreal and Toronto and other cities across Canada, we learned there are many exiles, probably thousands of them, who do want to come back. They are homesick, some of them, and lots of them can't get jobs up there. On the face of it, Ken is an unlikely young man to wind up as a deserter in Montreal. Raised in the small conservative community of Danielson, Connecticut, he was a top student in high school. Then after just one semester of college, he dropped a $16,000 scholarship to enlist in the Marines. At Camp Lejeune, he was assigned to the computer center. Probably he never would have had to serve in Vietnam. Still, he deserted. And now he wants to come back to the United States.
Ken, somebody might ask the question, is it just for Ken Duff to get amnesty? He didn't go to Vietnam. My son did. Maybe I lost my son over there. What about it?
Well, it's a hard question because these people did what they thought was right and what was their duty. But my ideal of what America should be and what America should do as a country is different from theirs, I suppose, because I think that in order for there to be a change, or in order for that ideal that I have to come real, then I have to live it. And I don't think my ideal includes killing women, children, and babies. It's what I was taught, and I'm trying to live it.
Yet you joined the Marines.
Well,
how do you reconcile?
When I enlisted, I didn't feel strongly enough. I didn't have facts enough or observations enough to feel that I could fight it then. And it wasn't until after I was in that I came to the realization that I didn't want any part of the war or what was going on.
How do you think the folks in Danielson, Connecticut are going to feel about Ken Duff, the Marine deserter, coming back home?
It's hard to say. I really don't know. I think if I talked to them, if they wanted to understand, they could. I'm sure they could.
After talking to Ken Duff up in Montreal, we came down to his hometown of Danielson, Connecticut. First to his own home, to find out how his family and friends feel on this whole business of amnesty. Gerald and Gertrude Duff work in nearby factories in this small community of 6,000. Like thousands of other parents across America, they find it tough to face the fact that their son has fled to Canada.
Ken looks like a real Marine Corps hero in this picture, Mrs. Duff.
Oh, you think so?
Don't you?
Of course. I was very proud of that picture.
Are you ashamed of what Ken's done? Honestly.
I'm not sure if... No, it's not shame in what he's done. I guess it's a fear that some people might think it's shameful. So you lie. People ask you about it. You tell one lie, and then pretty soon you're telling another lie, which is very hard to do to someone that don't like to lie.
Mr. Duff, if it came down to Ken staying in Canada, or coming down here and facing 2 years in prison, what would you advise him to do?
Well, I've always preached to him, come face and use it. Take what they had come to him.
Even if that meant his going to jail for a couple of years? Mrs. Duff?
I wouldn't like that. I would like amnesty because I think he really means it when he says he wants to come home. Not that he wants to get away with anything or, you know, just say, well, I did it and I got away with it. I think he has become, let's say, humble.
What do you say? What is your feeling about the, I suppose, millions of Americans who are saying to themselves at this moment, look, they turned their back on their country, they turned their back on their duty, let them stay up there and rot. Mrs. Duff?
That's a tough question because that's the way I felt. But if nothing else comes of this, I think my son has caused us to open our minds a little bit, which I think it was pretty closed on this issue. Red, white, and blue, that's me. It's what I've always been. And I still get a funny feeling in my stomach when I hear America the Beautiful or the Star-Spangled Banner or see the band marching and all this. But basically, the way our son feels, Basically, it's the same as we feel. But it's a whole new, different way of looking at things and doing things. Sometimes I look at him and I think that he has more moxie than I would ever have had at that age. I know at that age I was always had dreams. I dreamed of great things, but I never really carried them through. But I think he has a dream and an ideal, and I think he's doing something about it.
And to the mothers and fathers of the kids who fought, and some of them were wounded, and some of them died, what do you say to them?
Oh, I put myself in their place, and it's, you shouldn't pass me that.
I would say that he went on his own to Canada. Let him be over there. What can he do going to a different country? Nothing. If he had enough guts, he would have stood right here and stuck it out. To me, it's more or less running away doesn't solve anything in my book.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
Kurt and Betty Meyer also live in Danielson. They are German immigrants who run a mink farm and have strong views on amnesty. Their oldest son, Leonard, was Ken Duff's closest friend in high school. Len Meyer also enlisted in the Marines. He was never sent to Vietnam. Now he is back home again, living with his parents, but he disagrees with them on many things, especially on the subject of amnesty for the exiles up in Canada.
I don't see why they shouldn't be let back to this country. It's a free country. It's supposed to be, all kinds of thoughts and ideas supposed to be, coexisting here. Because they have a different idea they're supposed to leave, I mean, why can't they be here?
Well, now, wait a second. It's a free country, but it's also a country of laws. The law says that you serve your country.
The law also says that the country's supposed to serve the people. The country's not doing what the people want half the time. So it kind of makes you start wondering if the country's really, for the people.
If everybody just want to take the law in their own hands and just because they're dissatisfied, they don't like this, I don't like to pay taxes. But I do pay them, do I? So if we all would feel this way and we say, well, no more for me, I'm going to skip.
We want to convince our boys that by running away from any problem, may it be against your will, against your judgment, it don't solve it.
Yet by fighting over and you say fighting, running away from the country instead of staying here and fighting it out here, he can't do really much, and he wasn't really sure what he could do. All he'd end up was getting thrown to jail, and no one would ever hear from him, see him, or anything.
Can you imagine how Mrs. Duff feels?
This is what I don't understand. Why don't kids understand parents? Their way is the right way. They want to do their thing. What are parents here for? All their life you spent bringing them up. You try to give them what you rather go without. And what do you get? Something like this, and then you should make a decision, 1, 2, 3, leave him there, bring him home. It could drive you crazy.
But aren't you forced, though, really, to have admiration for the courage of a Ken Duff who knew what he was doing, who knew what he was getting into?
Oh, I don't know, really. I don't know if you can call it courage. I mean, I've seen a lot in life, and I don't know if... To me, maybe courage isn't even the right word for something like this, to be very honest.
I think I'm more of a coward because I stayed in, and I never agreed with it anyway. I still don't agree with it. I stayed in. Why? Because I was... Look at this. You start crying. You say, why don't we understand you? Why don't you understand us?
These guys deserted, let them stay where they're at. We went and fought for our country, we fought hard. We didn't like what we was doing, we did it. Let them stay where they're at.
The Times Square Bar and Restaurant in Danielson is a meeting place each day after work for many of Ken Duff's neighbors. I raised the subject of amnesty there.
Is there anybody in this room who lost a friend or lost a member of his family or had a member of his family wounded in Vietnam?
I watched 26 of my buddies go down in one time. 26 at once. 26 at once, and I had to survey their gear. I had to read their letters.
In Vietnam?
In Vietnam, at Quai Son.
Okay. What do you feel about amnesty for the guys who went to Canada?
The way I look at it, if a guy never went into the service, if he's dodging the draft, if he never went into the service, never wanted to go into the service,
sent him home. But once a man's in the service, he accepted the responsibility. It was put on his shoulders, and he accepted it.
So to Ken Duff, you say...
Huh?
So to Ken
Stay
Duff...
there.
Stay in Canada.
I say amnesty should be granted to every man that refused to go into that war because there was never a war.
And I agree with you.
There was never a war. It was never declared. If it had been a war, I say any man that refused to go should have been hung.
I don't say it's right to be over there, but we're there, and it's the country's policy, and the people that get called, they gotta go and fight the guy.
Oh, so it's our country's policy. We don't change our country's policy?
You want to change it, go and vote, get somebody else to change the policy. You don't run out on the goddamn thing.
Their decision was much harder than the guy who got his notice and said, report here at such and such a time, and we'll teach you to kill. They believed they didn't want to. They faced leaving their country, the place they were born, the place where they're gonna live, and faced a prison term if they come back. I think that's a much harder decision to make than just going in and carrying a rifle for 2 years.
Yeah, but that decision you're deciding on your life right there. You're deciding whether I should go to Canada and stay alive, or I'll take the chance of going over there and getting my head blown off. Now, which would you do? If I put a gun to your head and say, go to Canada, or sit there and get killed, what are you gonna do? I'll see you later.
Supposing everybody that's been called into the service decided not to go in the service, where the hell would we be?
I was in the service, and I have an idea what it's like. I think they should just be allowed to come back without calling it amnesty. They're gonna work and...
They're gonna take a job away from a veteran that's coming back.
It doesn't
and
matter.
And they've been hiding up there for 10 years.
It doesn't matter at all. We belong to different generations, and we think differently. But I look at this objectively, and I don't think you do. They're Americans, they were born here, and they'll always be Americans.
They're not Americans. If they don't label this country, leave it. That's the VFW attitude. If you love it, or leave it. Stay over there.
Ken Duff's family and Ken Duff's neighbors in Danielson give us just a glimpse of the debate that is bound to break as the war in Vietnam winds down. What to do about the young men who preferred to leave their country rather than fight and kill in Vietnam. This country, hopefully, is coming to the end of one of the bitterest moments in its short history. When it is over, are we going to welcome back the young men that so many of us view as prodigals? Will they want to come home from all the Montreals? In the 5 years since the Vietnam buildup began, almost 2.25 million American servicemen have gone there. And they are still going at the rate of about 12 plane loads every week. Like the rest of us, though more personally, of course, they too are caught up in the great debate over the Vietnam War. Should we be there? Are we asking them to do what's right? Is it worth the time it takes out of their lives? Is it worth, possibly, the sacrifice of their lives? To learn what is on the minds of the men we ask to do our fighting for us, a 60 Minutes crew flew to Vietnam with a plane load of replacements. Then we flew back home again with men who had served their year or more to see what effect that year had had on them. They took off from Travis Air Force Base in California. It could have been a commercial flight to anywhere. Some of them had stowed portable television sets and guitars in the baggage compartment, hoping for an assignment where they could use them. No weapons. They'll be issued in Vietnam. Going to war is not like it used to be. There's no commanding officer on board, nobody in charge, unless perhaps it's the stewardesses. The plane is a commercial Super DC-8 chartered by the military.
We'd like to welcome you aboard Flying Tiger Line flight number F2B3 to Hanoi, Vietnam, with intermediate stops at Anchorage, Alaska, and Yokota Air Base, Japan. Our scheduled flying time to Anchorage will be 4 hours and 20 minutes, and we will be cruising at an altitude of 33,000 feet.
It is 20 hours and 12,000 miles to war over the Great Circle route to Hanoi Air Base near Saigon. From there comes assignment to an outfit that needs them in the field. All these men are in the Army. Some are draftees, some regulars, and some are going back to Vietnam for the second or third time. Their mood was wistful, reflective.
as they talked with us about the war they were heading for and the country they were leaving behind.
I got drafted 2 days after I finished college, and I didn't particularly fancy leaving my folks and girl, you know, but none of the other guys do either. But I feel that if my country thinks we should be there, it's given me a place to live for 23 years. It's been real good. I believe that if it thinks I should be there, I think I should be there.
When did you last see your mom, McDonald?
Wednesday morning.
Was she pretty shook?
Oh, not too bad. She took it pretty good.
What about you?
Can't do much about it. Either go over there or go to jail.
You for the war?
No, against it.
Why?
I don't think the United States government should have the right to draft a person and send him to a war that doesn't directly affect the security of the United States.
It was daylight high above the Pacific, flying with the sun across the international dateline. We drifted from seat to seat, finding familiar disagreement among them, too, on issues like the war itself and dissent back home.
How old are you?
21.
Hester, how old are you?
I'm 20, sir.
You're going over there for the first time and you volunteered. You're regular Army.
Yes, sir, I am. I didn't volunteer to go to Vietnam, though. I did volunteer to come into the service. And I think that probably if we had more people to volunteer, that we wouldn't have to draft our boys in home. And if these people on the college campuses had settled down and come to the realization that we need their help and their aid instead of their dissent, as you call it, I think we'd be a lot better off.
You mean you don't want any dissent on the college campuses or in the cities, or?
A little bit of dissent is all right, but this burning and tearing down buildings and stuff and killing people, I can't buy that. I just can't buy that at all.
Well, what about Kent State? That was killing from the other side.
That killing from the other side, I think, was necessary.
Really?
I really do.
Explain.
For the simple reason, if you'll notice in Mexico, they use this same policy and everything quieted down. And I feel that we need to use the same policy that Mexico did. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel it. And no, I don't think anybody could ever change my mind about it.
Do you feel they could have done it in another way? Besides shooting the students, do you think they could have maybe at least used a little force with the rifle to push the students away? Did they have to fire?
Not when people are throwing rocks and bottles and stuff at them trying to kill them, no.
But can you correlate between a rock and a bullet? Can you correlate the difference? I mean, a rock might
if it's going to hit you in the head, if it's going to hit you in the head, it can kill you, buddy.
Have you seen what the guardsmen look like when they're dressed up? You couldn't hit them with a 15-pound rock.
I beg to differ with you there.
They had the right to shoot the students, right?
I'm not saying they had the right. It needed to be done. It was forced. The students forced it on themselves. The guardsmen didn't do it without.
Let me ask you: if you went to a bar one night and you had a lot to drink and you started really getting loud, and then the bartender came over and shoot you, would you feel he had the right to shoot you?
Well, in the first place, I'm not going to be in that bar.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in drinking that much.
Oh, well, you got me there. Yeah.
Giles, I gather that you're a hawk. You're for the war, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to a combat unit?
No, I'm not. At least I don't think so.
Yeah, Gabaron, you're against the war. Are you going to a combat?
Yes, I am. I'm going up near the DMZ.
You know that already?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I work on twin 40mm guns.
And Thompson, you're for the war.
That's correct.
Are you going to a combat unit?
No, I will not be going to a combat unit.
What do you do?
I am an administrative specialist.
So of this three guys here, the one who was anti-war is the fellow who's going out to lay it on the line, in a sense. What do you think of the move into Cambodia? What about all this, Thompson?
When we go into Cambodia, I mean, we're taking away their arms, we're taking away their food, we're taking away their sanctuaries. My Lord, you say you're going into combat, one of those bullets to take out over there might have had your name on it. What do you think about that? I think if we weren't there, we wouldn't have to worry about it. If we don't go in there, they aren't even going to have the right to say which way they will. If they want to fight communism, they will fight it. They are fighting it. The South Vietnamese are fighting it just as hard as we are. That's true.
Tell me this, Giles. We've lost something over 40,000 men now, 40,000 American lives. As far as you're concerned, it's worth it? You'd be willing to sacrifice your life?
I'll tell you what, if I had to lay my life on the line for any man here, I'd do it. And I'm quite sure I'd do it without even thinking. To me, it's worth it.
Well, that's American soldiers. Like, a soldier would lay his life down for another American soldier, but I wouldn't lay my life down for any Vietnamese.
Tell me something. Are you guys the least bit scared going over there?
Oh, when I first came down on orders, I was apprehensive, and my wife was real shook up. She still is, but like I told her last night, I said, really and truly, I'm not scared to be going over there. I don't know why. Maybe I should be. Some of the other people are, some of the people aren't. But really, I'm not scared. I'm not worried about it.
At first, I was scared. I had all the money and everything to go to Canada. I was going to fly to Montreal. But then I changed my mind and decided, well, some people do come back. I guess I'll take my chances.
Oh, well, with me, it was a half and half situation. At first, I really didn't feel anything. I found out I was going, so I said, okay, I'm going. That's all there is to it. There's really nothing I can do about it. Then about the last week or so, I really started getting kind of nervous and jumpy there. But now, well, I'm here, so there's really nothing to it. If I get zapped while I'm there, well, the world's not going to stop. It's just going to keep pushing.
To measure how deeply split these men might be about the war, we took a poll. We asked the question, are you in favor or are you against United States participation in Vietnam? These were the results. 120 of these men were in favor of our fighting there. 78 were against. A few were either asleep or undecided. As we listened to them, we couldn't help but ponder the sad reality that 1 out of every 3 men aboard this plane was bitterly opposed to the war he was being sent to fight. You ever think about actually picking up a gun and shooting a VC?
I've thought about it, and I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
No, I wouldn't do it.
Well, now, wait a minute. You're going to Vietnam. You're a U.S. soldier, and yet you couldn't kill a man?
I couldn't kill a man.
If that man came at you with a gun, you couldn't kill him?
If it was in self-defense, I would.
I mean, it's your life or his, man. He's pointing a gun at you. You couldn't pick up a gun and point one back at him and pull the trigger. Now, I'm against a war, but as far as my life is concerned, I could kill somebody.
Let me understand something now. Anderek, you and Keniston are for the war. You Green are against it, and yet you two guys say that you couldn't shoot to kill a man, and you who are against the war say that you could. Anderek, explain it to me, will you?
I know this is wartime, and I am behind the country, and since we are at war, I do support the country and support the president and support the soldiers. But I think each man has to examine his conscience and ask himself if he could pull that trigger on another man, another living being. And I've done a lot of soul searching, and I've examined my own conscience, and I find that I couldn't do it.
I noticed that the plane gets a little quiet the closer we come to Vietnam. What have you been thinking about, Jones?
Well, I think about home mostly, but when I get back. And I just want to get home, that's all.
You worried?
Well, I think everybody is a little, you know, probably just as calm as anybody else, but still a little worried.
Worried about what? Worried about the, I suppose, the thing everybody's worrying about, basically, getting killed?
That's correct. I mean, everybody's got that in mind, you know, that they may not come back, but I think as long as you keep straight, you're all right.
As the plane flew into the darkness at Benoit Airport, just getting through that year ahead must have been on the mind of every man aboard.
Gentlemen, if at any time while deplaning the aircraft, if we are hit by rocket or mortar fire, please continue into the terminal building while face down on the ground until you have been given the all clear.
3 days later, again Benoit Airport. Another plane load, all Army, this time heading home. Many of them leaving a year to the day from the time they arrived. If they are leaner and harder than the men coming in, they are a year older and with some rough times behind them. If they are tired, it is partly because they've been exhausted by 2 to 3 days of Army processing. Men who had been through combat complained of hour after hour of dull routine, falling in and out of formation, roll calls, waiting in the barracks, waiting at the airport, waiting for the announcement to get on board.
Have your attention in the terminal area. Detachment 5, ethereal port announcing immediate loading and departure of Universal Airlines flight Z2B4.
These men had made it, and they knew it. They were coming back whole. Coming back from the war isn't like it used to be either, and a commercial airliner looked more like home to these men than anything they had seen in months and months.
Opportunity to welcome you aboard. For myself, the rest of the crew, and Universal Airlines, we're very happy to have you with us on your return flight to the States.
Liftoff was at 7 p.m., the start of 20 hours back to California. This time it would be evening, then black night, then daylight to Alaska, and finally night again for the landing at Travis Air Force Base. Most of the men dropped right off to sleep, and it seemed an intrusion to bother them with questions. But gradually they gathered round to tell us what was on their minds after a year in Vietnam.
When I first came over here, I was against the war. Now that I am here and seen what is going on here, I am fully for the war here in Vietnam. These people do need help.
Most of the guys I know don't want to be there, and when they get out, they don't want to be there more, even more. They really hate it, and they think it's stupid.
Should we be pulling out of Vietnam faster than we are?
No, I don't think we should be pulling out any faster than we are. You'd endanger the lives of the American soldiers that would be left behind. And I think they should go at it full strength. Get it over with. If they're going to fight it, if they're not, then pull out.
Well, the biggest mistake is we should have helped South Vietnam by giving them arms and equipment.
Why? So they can sell them to the VC? So they can sell them to the VC?
They wouldn't sell them to the VC.
How corrupted is that government, man?
Which government?
The South Vietnamese government.
It's very corrupt. That's why I don't support it.
You don't trust the South Vietnamese government?
No.
Definitely not.
Oh, Mike, I'm telling you the truth. When I could go through an enemy base camp and find this American care packages, penicillin that you give to the South Vietnamese government, food, clothes, medicine, weapons, ammunition, trucks, Jeeps, Volkswagens.
Well, wait a minute. You can find more things on the Vietnamese black market, American-made goods,
that you
than
can't
you can in a PX.
Right.
And that's a fact.
Again on this flight, we asked everyone aboard, are you in favor or against U.S. participation in the Vietnam War? They asked us to announce the results.
Here are the results of the poll. On the way across to Vietnam, when we talked to principally draftees, but some regular Army fellows, some officers, some who were going back for their second or even their third tour in Vietnam, the results were 124 U.S. participation, 78 against U.S. participation. 9 guys were asleep. The result aboard this plane, the result of the poll aboard this plane, for U.S. participation in the war in Vietnam, 148. Against U.S. participation, 46. 14 were sacked out or didn't want to answer.
We asked about relations between black and white soldiers. Apparently they are not much better in Vietnam than they are back home.
I have no problems at all over here. I have a lot of what you would call soul friends. I get along fine with everybody. I do my job. I do what's expected of me, and I get along fine. Now, I know there's a lot of tension on line troops. This happens everywhere. It's just one of those things.
They was definitely strained.
In the field or at base camp or every place?
Well, I cannot speak for the field, but I was at Garrison, I was in Saigon, and they was definitely strained there.
I was on a boat where we took cargo through the Delta, and the boats I was on with black men and white men, we got along. When there's just a few, and it's easy to get along, you got to depend on each other. But up in the companies, well, you know, you have a lot more trouble.
You know, you hear that out in the field, the black and the white get along beautifully.
Yes, they do, because survival is dependent upon that. This is the only reason they do, because the black man has to depend on the white man. If he don't, he doesn't get by.
And then, what about pot? How available is it, and how heavily are the men smoking marijuana in Vietnam?
What about it, Petty? Is there a considerable amount of pot smoking where you were?
Yeah, there was a lot of pot smoking. There was nothing else to do. You read a book. You weren't allowed to bring a book or radio out, but you brought a book and a radio out. You also did anything to get out, you know, so you had something to do, rather than just sit there and get bored.
And it's readily available and cheap?
Oh, it's available. Everybody, all the boy sons, all the kids sell it. They just throw it across the wire to you. You throw $1 back or $2, whatever you're paying. It's not very. It doesn't cost much. It's super cheap over here.
Well, the only thing I can say is what I've seen going on in my own unit, where we do have a few pot smokers in the crowd. It seems to be there. But the punishment is a little slap on the hand, to what I would say. I've seen this in my own case, being in my own unit, where they'd go to court and they'd come up some technicality, illegal search, or just a little bitty thing. But then I heard remarks, maybe I shouldn't say it, but it was by people that sat on the boards. It was supposed to be those that were the judge and everything. They said, well, they used it in college, so they didn't really see anything too much wrong with it.
I'll tell you what, Mike, if you beat that bush for 9 months like everybody else does, and you ain't got nothing else to do, I think you would smoke marijuana. Myself, I indulge, but not no more, because I'm out of it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to jail now. You know what I mean? I'm going home.
What about you, Holcomb?
Well, I don't use marijuana, but I know a lot of my friends in my old unit did. And I think it's a personal decision on their part.
Well, can you use it, or do the guys use it excessively?
Some do.
Huh?
Some do, yes.
Most of them.
What about in combat?
Field troops, they do.
I would think it'd be dangerous as can be to get stoned and go into combat.
Well, you've been as much combat as some of those guys have. You ain't got no alternative, because you know you're going to get zapped and go home without a leg. If you're lucky, you're going to make it home like we did.
Is that a wound or a...
It's from a hand grenade.
Where?
Cambodia.
But if there was one subject these men wanted to talk about more than any other, it was the protests and demonstrations in the United States. They were against them, almost to a man.
It really kind of makes you feel bad, because after you've been over here fighting and running from mortars and rockets for a year, that you really have to go back to, you really have nothing to look forward to but rioting and somebody blowing up your house or your car or something like this. And I really think it's kind of bad after being away for a year during the war.
Well, I've been to Australia on R&R, and the more I look at what's happening back in the United States, and the people, how friendly they are down there, and the not. Well, while I was in Sydney, they didn't have hardly any violence at all. There's one night that they had a dispute between hippies and the police, which you're going to find everywhere. But I'm seriously thinking about moving to Australia, because I don't think it's myself that the United States is a place for me because of the trouble going on there.
You're really disappointed in your country, Pennington?
Yes, I am.
We were off the Pacific coast now, less than an hour from home. And getting home was what it was all about.
Chief, what's going through your mind right now?
Well, my wife, Julia, my 3 wonderful sons I have at home, and how thankful I am to be getting home to them.
What about you, Lieutenant?
Well, I'd have to say the first thing I'm looking forward to is seeing my wife. I was married 6 months before I came over here, and then I came to Vietnam. I want to go meet good old what's-her-name again.
I'd like to know exactly if there's going to be much changes as far as attitude of people towards me coming back from Vietnam, and exactly how I'm going to react to what's going on back in the world right now as far as demonstrations.
How do you think you're going to react to all of that?
Well, I can say, well, at least the way I feel I will react is that I can see people demonstrating. I see the right to dissent. The only thing that would really bother me is if someone would say something about myself or fellow soldiers that served in Vietnam that would lower them in my eyes.
Not that much. I'm not really in favor of the war, but when I looked at the three alternatives of leaving the country or going to prison or going in the Army, I chose going in the Army. And
you must have done a good job. You made your sergeant's stripes.
Well, I'd just say I lucked out, I guess.
And now they are home.
The bombing of North Vietnam began again this week. For 5 days, hundreds of U.S. planes pounded enemy fuel and supply depots, airfields, anti-aircraft, missile and radar sites. The rationale, according to the Pentagon, to protect the withdrawal of our troops, to guard against an enemy buildup. But the skeptics say the bombing was ordered by an anxious President Nixon to tell Hanoi that he will not stand by while his Vietnamization program is threatened by a military setback in South Vietnam or Laos or Cambodia. And it is threatened. Among those Americans who look quizzically or with dismay at the resumption of the bombing, none are more concerned than the wives and mothers of American prisoners of war, those whose men have been held captive or have been listed as missing in action for years and years. To talk about the bombing and its effect on the prisoners, 60 Minutes gathered in Washington a few days ago 7 women, representing, they said, a cross-section of POW families. Jean McDaniel's husband, an Air Force major, has been a POW in North Vietnam for more than 5.5 years. Helen Miller's son, Navy Lieutenant Edwin Miller, was shot down in May '68. He is a prisoner in North Vietnam. Barbara Rausch's husband, an Air Force captain, has been missing in action since his plane was downed over Laos 20 months ago. Carol Hansen is also the wife of a missing flyer. Her husband, a medevac helicopter pilot, crashed in Laos 4.5 years ago. There has been no word. Valerie Kushner, wife of an Army doctor, one of the few known prisoners of the Viet Cong in South Vietnam. He was captured 4 years ago. Phyllis Galante's husband, a Navy commander, has been a prisoner in North Vietnam for 5.5 years. Mrs. Lawrence Johnson's stepson, an Air Force major on his second tour of duty in Vietnam, was captured just 2 weeks ago, shot down over North Vietnam. These films of Major Johnson in Hanoi appeared on television this past week. The bombing of the past week, has it been wise or unwise? Do you understand the necessity for it? Who wants to handle it? Valerie Kushner?
I can understand the necessity for it from the viewpoint of the administration. Yes, certainly. The CIA has been kicked off the plain of jars. Phnom Penh is surrounded and threatened. The ARVN troops in Cambodia are being whipped and sent in retreat. So I can certainly understand the administration necessity for it, yes. And the benefit that would accrue to the government of South Vietnam. What I don't understand is any benefit it brings to this country, to the American men in South Vietnam, or to the prisoners of war. Certainly to them it's the greatest harm if by the minimum it's increasing their number.
Well, what you seem to say is that we really have no stake in the survival of the government of South Vietnam.
No, I don't think so. I think our commitment should be certainly more to American men. I think the bulk of the country would certainly support me in this. We've been there for 10 years. We've more than fulfilled what we said we would do.
If Laos falls, if Cambodia falls, if the government of South Vietnam falls, so be it.
So be it.
The bombing of the last week or 10 days, was it wise or unwise, Mrs. Miller?
Well, I couldn't see any point to it. We decided to stop the bombing. We gave them 3 years to build up their installations. And then all of a sudden we're bombing again. And this means that our planes are going down. We have more prisoners. We have more missing in action. We have more dead. And I don't think it accomplishes that much. We say we want out. There's been very little fighting. 1 man was killed this week. Still, it's 1 man. But I don't see where the North is hampering the withdrawal of troops.
The bombing, Jean McDaniel, did it make things tougher or easier for your husband and for the rest of the POWs?
I think it made things harder for him, because I think it will mean, you know, his release is not going to come as long as the bombing is going on. I know Carol said, you know, they weren't doing anything before the bombing. But I still say that it prolongs their imprisonment, and I don't go along with it. I just cannot believe it's happening.
Is there a different view among any of you wives?
Yes, I feel that my husband went over there feeling a need for our presence, and I feel that he, if he is alive, has suffered a great deal. Actually affects the prisoner issue that much. There was no movement on the prisoner issue before the bombing. I don't think it's going to help bring about their release, but there was no movement before the bombing was initiated.
In a sense, that's what the Secretary of Defense seemed to say in his news conference the other day. He said that while he deplored the plight of the POWs, he seemed to say this, that their release had to take second place to other matters. And
he was even more specific than that. The question was very directly put to him: how will the bombing affect the prisoners of war, American prisoners of war held in North Vietnam? And his immediate answer was, the bombing is being undertaken in defense of the withdrawing troops in South Vietnam. In fact, he as much as said, those men have been written off.
You cannot separate the issue of ending the war and the prisoners' release. I think the administration has written off Laos and Cambodia pretty much. I think they've as much as come out and said this. Now they're trying to shore up the Vietnamization in South Vietnam. This is one explanation for the bombing. Now, if they haven't been able to do it in 3 years, if they can't train South Vietnamese pilots, it doesn't take that long to train an American pilot. If it takes that long to train the Vietnamese, then we're in for a really long haul. And I'd rather go it with a new man than a lame duck.
Well, do you believe that perhaps Mr. Nixon and the administration generally are trying to shore up Laos, Cambodia, and surely the government of South Vietnam, because a military disaster in the Indochina might ensure the defeat of President Nixon, should he, when he stands for re-election?
Well, this is something that goes back to what Carol said. If I thought for one moment my husband's captivity was in some way serving the national interest of this country, I could endure it. I wouldn't be any more content, but it could be more endurable. But when I think that he is suffering, which he is, and undergoing all kinds of mental and physical anguish, solely for the purpose of shoring up the government of South Vietnam, well, that makes him a mercenary. He didn't swear an oath to the government of South Vietnam. He swore to this country, and I happen to think my husband is too good a person to be a mercenary soldier and for sale to foreign government.
Carol Hansen, one POW mother, told CBS News not so long ago that she cannot understand why her son should remain a POW for a war that nobody in America believes in anymore.
I know it's difficult, and I think it's especially difficult for the families in a war such as this, where there isn't any national resolve to the whole Vietnam conflict. Prisoners are a side effect of a war, whether we like it or not. It's always been that way. I'm not trying to minimize my husband at all, and I don't mean that, but I don't want the prisoner issue to be resolved at the expense of everything else. I just can't bring myself to look at it that way.
Look, you are, each one of you, a wife or a mother of a POW. What, short of withdrawal of the United States from Indochina, is going to bring the POWs home? Jean McDaniel?
Nothing, absolutely nothing. Because as long as there's a war, he'll be there.
Pray for a miracle.
Believe in a miracle?
No, pray for one. Unless our government policy reverses itself, they're not coming home.
Barbara?
Negotiations, which would be that miracle.
Negotiations have been going on.
Yes, but a final negotiation, a settlement, which would be the miracle.
I believe there is a solution in a negotiated settlement, and I feel that a great deal of what has kept this from coming to be is the dissension in this country and the diversion in this country.
Val?
A new president who would then set a date of withdrawal.
Phyllis?
I say definitely negotiations with a little bit more give and take on both sides.
And Mrs. Johnson?
Negotiations for a complete settlement.
Now, some of you feel end the war, withdraw the troops, and get the POWs back right now. And there are some who say, look, the president knows what he is doing. We've got to go along with the president, and he'll get our husbands or our sons back when the war is over, when the war is over on the terms that he thinks it should be over on. Now, is that divergence changing? Barbara Rausch, for instance, what is your view of that?
Well, I myself have changed. In the beginning, I was a backup for the president. I thought, what he said in 1968, I have a secret plan to end the war. I will bring peace. I thought he meant. Now he's had 3 years to do it. He has 10 months until the next election. He hasn't been able to do it up till now. And I scarcely see where a resumption of bombing, whether it is to shore up his Vietnamization, if this was his secret plan, I think he may have been well advised to have kept it secret. I just somehow think that he is not doing what he set out to do. I have wrestled with my conscience very deeply before I have come to my decision to withdraw any support from the president. I have thought, what would my husband want me to do? And somehow, if they hold a tape in front of his nose and say, look, your wife is on our side now, you have no reason for holding back, he is somewhat less likely to be upset than he might have been a long time ago, or from a missing in action standpoint of non-entity, where he has been told, your family doesn't care. They really don't know anything about you. They really don't care whether you live or die. I'd rather they tell him that I'm working to get you out, buddy, than you don't exist at all.
Phyllis Galante, what's your reaction to that?
Well, I have wrestled with my conscience also, and I used to be very, very conservative. I have decided, though, that by early spring, if something doesn't happen, I'm going to quit my job and work very actively for some presidential candidate. I don't know right now, but it's a hard decision to make, but I am changing a lot in myself, and this is something that I will have to do by that time.
Has the president, in your estimation, been forthright? Has he been straightforward with the American people on the issue of the prisoners of war?
We have been told for so many years there are delicate negotiations going on. Don't rattle the cage. And you know, you can believe in that for so long, but I am a real doubting Thomas now. I need some facts. I need something to back it up. I find that I've become very cynical, and I don't like that in myself, but we just haven't been told the truth.
Mrs. Johnson, may I just for a moment? Mrs. Johnson, your stepson went down just last week in North Vietnam.
Well, December 18th.
What is your feeling about what Mrs. Galante has just said?
I agree with her.
You do?
Yes.
You feel that the president has not been?
Well, not entirely, but he has made promises, and that's one reason we elected him in, and we haven't seen all those promises fulfilled in 3 years' time.
My colleague Dan Rather, tonight at 9:30, is going to be in the Oval Office of the White House speaking with President Nixon on television. Is there any question that you would like Dan to put to the president?
Yes, I would, not really a question, but I would like to say that surely President Nixon has a plan to get our prisoners home when he goes to Moscow and China. We are expecting it, and we will ask when he comes back. This, to me, is the way, one big chance for our men, and I'm putting a lot of hope on it. I know they tell us not to, but when you don't have anything else, you do it, and I'm waiting for those trips anxiously, and hope he will. I sincerely hope for our case and for his also that he does put those prisoners number one.
The war in Vietnam may be over. The war in Indochina continues. In Laos, American planes, including B-52s, blasted the already blasted northeast corner of that country. But on this, the first day of the Vietnam peace, it is clear that you do not end a war that has lasted a generation with a final whistle. Ceasefire violations continue, but even in these there is some comfort. The violations have all the appearance of a last frantic grab by both sides for a few more miserable hamlets, a few more broken lives. In the United States, for most of us, it is simply another Sunday. Most of us have been untouched by this war, except perhaps by anguish. For the families of prisoners, a vigil in some cases more than 8 years long is about to end. And for a few of the families of men reported missing, the news they can only hope for: their men are prisoners. Well, what was this day of peace like in Vietnam? The bells of the great Saigon Cathedral tolled for the first Mass of this first day of peace. The eternally young faces of the Vietnamese army appear slightly puzzled by it all. Most of them have never known a day of peace in their country. American guns are silent today in Vietnam. The most sophisticated military machine ever set loose sits dormant on the miles of pavement we poured across Vietnam, in places a decade ago that sounded exotic. Today we know them too well: Long Binh, Cam Ranh, An Khe, Pleiku. And at Bien Hoa, even from the air, the national cemetery for South Vietnam spreads to the horizon. How many really died, we'll never know. The so-called friendly body count is as unreliable as the enemy body count. At Quang Tri, the bones of a city stand erect. North and South Vietnamese guns continued through the day, spilling American and Russian shells at each other. Quang Tri, we are told, in this the most statistical war we've ever fought, is the most damaged city in South Vietnam. Having helped to destroy it, we will now pay to rebuild it. But away from where the two sides were shooting at each other, the two sides did what would have been unthinkable only yesterday. They showed the flag. Saigon government troops carefully staking their claim up near the so-called DMZ. And only a few hundred yards away, the communists stake their claim on a tree to their patch of battered, defoliated jungle. And back in Saigon today, the ancient creaking plane of the International Control Commission made its first journey in years from Hanoi to Tan Son Nhut Airport, carrying the North Vietnamese representative to the new ceasefire commission.
This is Ed Bradley with D Troop, 17th Cavalry. Just 1.5 hours before ceasefire, Army helicopters took off from Da Nang Air Base on their daily first light mission. This one, the last American combat mission of the war. The base had been rocketed every day since the announcement of ceasefire. One American was killed on Saturday, and no one wanted to die during these last few hours. The hope for a quiet countdown of the final few minutes was just that, a hope that was not to be realized. Everybody knew what it meant: incoming. Da Nang was being rocketed again, just 30 minutes before the ceasefire. The return to base and the end of the American combat role in Vietnam was an impressive sight. Every copter that could get in the air was up. Flew by the base, returning from combat for the last time.
That's it, man.
War is
over now. That's it.
And then a toast.
It's to the best damn air cavalry troop in the United States Army.
Most of the men said it was hard to believe that it was all over.
I don't know, it's just so damn happy that everybody's going home. I didn't expect it to end.
You didn't expect it to end?
I had never thought about it, really.
How do you feel now that it's over with?
I feel fine.
You're going to feel better, huh?
I'm feeling better!
This is Bert Quint in Saigon, a city that doesn't look as though it's celebrating the end of a war. There's no joy here, a little hope maybe, and a good deal of apprehension. People just don't know what to expect. On the outskirts of the city, the war continued until nearly the last minute. Only an hour and a half before the 8 a.m. Saigon time deadline, 19 rockets were fired at the Tan Son Nhut Air Base. Most of them fell short and landed in the village of Han Tong Te, inhabited mostly by military dependents and refugees. At least one civilian was killed. 15 were wounded. When 8 o'clock came, the streets of Saigon were nearly empty. People seemed reluctant to venture from their homes. Many had bought extra food supplies the day before so they would not have to go out at what they considered such an uncertain time. A siren sounded the start of the ceasefire. Church bells rang. And that was it. As the bells echoed, President Thieu went on television. His tone was somber. For years to come, times will be difficult. If the communists fail to take over the South politically, he said, they will start another war. The communists will violate this ceasefire, as, he said, they have violated the 1954 Geneva Agreement for the past 18 years.
Don Webster in the hamlet of Zumbung. Zumbung has always been a trouble spot. The South Vietnamese estimate that 45% of these people are Viet Cong sympathizers. In other words, 1 out of 2 is the enemy. The problem is knowing who. Before the ceasefire, almost no resident of Zumbung thought the war was really over. The ceasefire was looked on as simply another tactic designed to allow the Americans to get out with at least a semblance of respectability. Yet the eventual outcome of the war may be decided here and in 10,000 other hamlets just like it. The war was not won by the Americans who are leaving. It will not be stopped by the ceasefire commissioners who are arriving. It was not won by North Vietnamese terrorism, nor by South Vietnam's often pathetic army. Prior to ceasefire time, the South Vietnamese army herded all the people of Zumbung to a central point, took away all their identification cards, and checked them against a list of who is supposed to be in the village. They had heard rumors there would be trouble here at ceasefire time. This was an attempt to stop it. But as usual, the soldiers could find nothing amiss, and the same old routine of searching the hamlet yielded nothing either. The people of Zumbung learned long ago not to hide contraband. What they do hide is their loyalty. Nguyen Van Chan, age 53, was busy repairing his roof. A South Vietnamese militiaman asked him if he'd seen anything amiss. No, he said, no trouble. What he did not say, and perhaps not know, is that a few hours later, this house would be in the midst of a firefight and in Viet Cong control. His roof has a short life expectancy. The soldiers passed by Mrs. Nguyen Thi Hao, age 48. What they did not know, or at least couldn't prove, is that her husband is away working as a Viet Cong. In fact, he's an official in the National Liberation Front. She goes through her daily chores, and to strangers she says her husband is dead. Others in the village confide he's very much alive and sometimes comes back at night. In fact, they even have 3 young children. But no one in Zumbung informs on Mrs. Howe, and she is not under arrest. If someone did tell on her, the Viet Cong might retaliate in this hamlet, and everyone knows that. Then, as the sun rises about an hour before the ceasefire, the Viet Cong make their move. They take over the village of Zumbung. The South Vietnamese militiamen here retaliate with a combat assault, the hour of the ceasefire passing virtually unnoticed, heavy fighting both before and after. About 200 yards from the front line, the communists launch their tactic. They raise a Viet Cong flag to signify Zumbung is under their control. You may be able to see it in the distance, blue and red sitting atop a mound of hay. Naturally, the South Vietnamese want to get it down, but it may be there as an ambush tactic. The officer in charge radios for instructions. Take the village, he's told. No mention of the ceasefire. And once again, the same pathetic scene in Vietnam. Civilians grabbing a few personal belongings and fleeing the area. Many of them don't know where they will go. They have no idea when they will get back. And the plumes of smoke and flames indicate not much may be left to come back to. To them, ceasefire day is a disaster. Finally, the South Vietnamese destroy the Viet Cong flag, not by going right up to it, but instead by shooting at the mound of hay and setting it ablaze. The Viet Cong flag burns too. The fighting goes on for hours, no question of anyone's watch having been slightly off and not knowing the fighting was supposed to end. And refugees and their animals continue to pour out of Zumbung, headed for what they hope will be safety. It's hard to know who's at fault for this massive ceasefire violation. It's clear there was plenty of firing on both sides. What is also clear is that if shooting like this continues, it could jeopardize the entire ceasefire agreement. Don Webster, CBS News, near Sambung Hamlet, South Vietnam.
The Pentagon today is telling families of men listed as missing in action whether their men are alive or dead. This based on the list of prisoners supplied by North Vietnam yesterday. Unhappily, most of the 1,300 men reported missing are confirmed dead. But for a few families, today is a very special day. For Colleen Henderson of Milwaukee, all she knew was that her husband, Air Force Captain William Henderson, was shot down while on a rescue mission near the DMZ last April. She feared that her month-old baby would be fatherless. But last night, she received a telephone call.
Well, my father-in-law called, and there was really a lot of noise in the background on the phone call, and then he just said, "Colleen," like that, and I thought, oh, it's him, and he was going to tell me, and then he just said, "Bill's on the list," and I just started screaming. That was the first thing I could do, and then he said he didn't have any more information yet, but he was on the list from South Vietnam, so he was still in shock, and I think I was too, and then he just said that he had to call Mom and, you know, Billy's brother and sister at home, and so then he said, well, we'll talk to you when I get home.
Have you heard from any official Air Force or Pentagon people?
Yes, I heard this morning from my Air Force officer at about 10 to 5 this morning, and he told me that he was confirming it, that Bill was on the list that came out of the Pentagon, and he had to make it official, even though my father-in-law did tell us.
So the war that started over a disputed incident in the Gulf of Tonkin 8.5 years ago, the war that sent more than 500,000 Americans halfway around the world, the war that killed more than 56,000 of them, the war that helped make part of a generation of young men heroin addicts, the war that made us understand the word alienation, the war that vilified this country in the councils of otherwise friendly nations, the war that made us at least as conscious of the blood on our own hands as the blood on our enemies. That war is at least partly over.
If the war is over for the United States, there are millions of South Vietnamese who doubt that they have seen the last of it, and thousands of them have already left their homeland, gone into exile for fear of what could happen in the future in Saigon. It is interesting that most of the staff of the South Vietnamese embassy in Paris have chosen, over these past years, not to go home at the end of their tour of duty, but to stay in France, and their example has apparently persuaded many of their countrymen. In recent years, more than 50,000 South Vietnamese have fled to Paris to escape the war. They have joined the 250,000 Vietnamese already living in France. Some have been here for generations. Many have French citizenship. And the number of South Vietnamese in France grows each day as diplomats and high-ranking military officers, and those with the money or the connections buy their way out of South Vietnam. To leave South Vietnam is no easy matter. It is mainly the rich, the powerful, the well-connected who can obtain the treasured exit visa that will allow them to quit the uncertainty of life in their own country. One Vietnamese who left and refused to be filmed told us how it works, how the ones with money are able to buy their way out.
You must pay the equivalent of $4,000. The Vietnamese in Saigon give the money to a travel agency, and these travel agencies pay people at the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Interior. There is corruption.
An official exit visa can cost as much as $4,000. And not all of that money goes to the government. Much of it ends up in the hands of corrupt officials who make the arrangements. Most of the émigrés head for Paris. France is not an alien land to them. Many of them already know the language, and there are in Paris today more than 400 Vietnamese restaurants where they can ease the shock of transplantation. Most Vietnamese families and restaurant owners come to the Place Maubert to buy the vegetables, the condiments, the specialties imported from Vietnam.
Miss Ngo Thi Tan left Saigon 9 months ago. Now she works weekends in her father's Vietnamese grocery store. Because she is a girl and so not subject to the draft, it cost her family only the equivalent of $2,000 to buy an exit visa for her.
If you were a rich man in my country, you want to go out of the country, you pay about 3 million Vietnamese piastres. You can go out of the country.
Who do you give the money to?
I don't know, but I heard about that there is a secret system, to do the visa to go out of the country, and the rich men go out of the country by that way, you see.
This family arrived in Paris last summer. They began their journey to France from Australia, where Mr. Dien was the second secretary at the Vietnamese embassy. Because he had worked in Australia with the Buddhist peace movement, he was recalled to Saigon, but he feared prison if he went back. So he, his wife, and their 6 children spent their life savings to go to Paris. They own a small restaurant where Mrs. Dien works from morning till night. And then often the whole family sleeps in the restaurant after their few customers leave.
Good night, baby. Night, Mommy.
Another South Vietnamese restaurateur in Paris is General Nguyen Can. Remember him? Well, back in 1965, he had his brief year in the sun as Vietnam's chief of state before he was ousted in Saigon's game of musical chairs. One day chief of state in Saigon, the next day restaurateur in Paris.
Oui.
You, of course, were ejected. You were thrown out of your country, but other Vietnamese leave of their own free will and accord, and in fact, they are anxious to leave. By what means do they come? Do they pay somebody in Saigon in order to get a visa?
That's one way to, or not to pay if you have some, how to say that, friendly, very high people in Saigon.
Perhaps the most exalted Vietnamese exile in Paris is the Emperor of Vietnam, His Majesty Bao Dai. Like General Can, he didn't buy his way out, as most South Vietnamese must do. He was thrown out by President Diem in 1954. While his subjects suffered through the war, Bao Dai remained safely exiled in the south of France, living lavishly, expensively. Today, however, he told me he is broke. His expensive villa has been sold, his only income an occasional check from his 80-year-old mother, who still lives in Vietnam. If life in exile has not been too difficult for Emperor Bao Dai, neither has it been unpleasant for many South Vietnamese of draft age, whose parents happen to have either the connections or the money. If some Americans deplore that tens of thousands of young American boys have gone into exile to avoid fighting in Vietnam, what about the tens of thousands of South Vietnamese of draft age, now happily exiled in schools all around the world, the US, Canada, Germany, Switzerland, Australia, and France? Belgium harbors more overseas Vietnamese of draft age than any other country. Most are in the university town of Liège. In 1968, there were just 50 Vietnamese students in Belgium. Today, there are 2,000. And a draft age student can stay on virtually forever, simply by changing from one course of studies to another. How much longer do these students intend to stay on at school?
3 more years.
3 more years.
I have 3 more years.
I have 3 more years.
If these young Vietnamese, the children of the affluent, the well-connected, suffer misgivings because they are not fighting alongside their countrymen, we did not detect it.
We are told the armed struggle is over, at least for now. But the political struggle will go on. These young South Vietnamese students, some of them the children of the Saigon establishment, some of them from the affluent middle class, must now make a choice: to stay in Belgium or France or Switzerland, or to return to their homeland and engage themselves in the coming contest, the most telling contest, the one that will spell the future of all of Vietnam. Tonight, a story that will shock and dismay you, for it's a charge of a CIA cover-up, One man's report of America's last unhappy days in South Vietnam, the evacuation from Vietnam. You've been reading stories about it the last 2 days in your newspapers, but no one has yet heard directly from the ex-CIA man responsible for this charge of cover-up. He was the senior intelligence analyst of North Vietnamese strategy for the United States Central Intelligence Agency in Vietnam. He was awarded the CIA's Medal of Merit for his work in Vietnam. Frank Snepp is his name. Now 34 years old, Frank Snepp told us he joined the CIA in 1968 to avoid the draft. But he wound up doing 2 tours of duty in Vietnam for the CIA. Everyone who works for the agency signs an oath that he will submit for prior clearance and censorship any public comment he intends to make about anything he has learned inside the agency. Frank Snepp will tell us why he now sees fit to break that oath. A word about the circumstances surrounding this report. Snepp came to 60 Minutes several months ago to tell us about his charges and about a book he was writing on the subject, a book called A Decent Interval. Because the CIA had gone to court in the past to suppress uncensored comment by a former agent, 60 Minutes secretly filmed the interview you're about to see. In order to understand fully just what it is that Snepp is about to disclose and the seriousness of his charges against the CIA and other individuals, let us first go back to April 29th, 1975, the CBS Evening News. Dan Rather filling in for Walter Cronkite.
South Vietnam now is under communist control. Early today, beginning with a jeep load of rather ragtag Viet Cong soldiers, then truck after truck of heavily armed North Vietnamese regular troops, the communists entered Saigon in force.
Then a report from Saigon streets by correspondent Ed Bradley.
The crowds of Americans and other foreigners lined up at installations around Saigon waiting for buses was the cue. It told the Vietnamese that this was the end of the line. For most of those who wanted to leave their country, this would be their last chance. Some Americans who pushed towards the bus tried to pull their Vietnamese wives and children along with them. There were desperate scenes with families separated and crying out for help, pleading not to be left behind, clutching at the last straw of hope. We all decided to try and reach the United States Embassy. We had to push and shove our way through a crowd of several hundred Vietnamese trying to scale the walls, only to be knocked back by U.S. Marines. Once inside the compound, it was just a matter of waiting your turn for a helicopter to take you to one of the ships on station off the Vietnamese coast. The American fleet had been having problems since the start of the evacuation. South Vietnamese pilots just hovered long enough to unload their passengers and then headed to the side of the ships and just jumped out with their life vests to be picked up by U.S. sailors, their helicopters crashing into the sea.
That was the story we heard and saw on the United States' last day in Vietnam. But what was the real story? Snepp concludes in his book, in terms of squandered lives, blown secrets, and the betrayal of agents, friends, and collaborators, the CIA's handling of the evacuation from Vietnam was an institutional disgrace. Who were the people left behind? Snepp says they were hardly faceless Vietnamese just trying to get out. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of them, he says, were men and women who had worked for the CIA, for the U.S. Embassy. They were people who were exposed for years to some of the United States' closely held national security information.
For instance, we left behind on the tarmac or outside the walls of the embassy 400 to 500 members of Saigon's Special Police Force. We had trained them. They were in imminent jeopardy from the communists. We also left behind about 400 to 1,200 members of the CIO, the Central Intelligence Organization. We'd also trained them. We also left behind about 30,000 people who had worked for the Phoenix program.
The Phoenix program
which was the counter-terrorist operation mounted against the communists during the mid-1960s under CIA direction.
Collaborators, defectors, translators,
clerks, radio operators, police collaborators.
Left behind.
Left behind often just outside the embassy wall. In other words, we got the wrong Vietnamese. All these promises by the administration that we would get high-risk Vietnamese out of the country, they went by the board in the chaos of the evacuation.
When the CIA abandoned Pleiku earlier,
You write, in their haste to remove themselves, they committed a host of sins for which any intelligence operative should be drawn and quartered.
That's right.
Specify.
In their haste to get out of the path of the advancing North Vietnamese army, they left documents behind. And they also left behind one of our primary agents. In other words, the CIA guys did not do their job. They bugged out.
You describe all of this leaving behind of people who had worked with us or for us, Vietnamese, a callous act of betrayal on the part of the CIA?
In some cases, betrayal was involved. We saved the people in the white skin. We left behind the Vietnamese.
You say in your book that the massive files of the South Vietnamese Central Intelligence Organization, identifying defectors, collaborators, prisoners, anyone who had helped us or seemed likely to, were left behind.
That's correct. When the North Vietnamese rolled into Saigon on April 30th, Commander-in-Chief found these files intact. If an experienced counterintelligence operative, say for the Soviet KGB or for North Vietnamese intelligence, put all this data together, he could begin to develop a picture of how the United States operates in a crisis. And this is strategic intelligence, any way you cut it.
What you are painting, Mr. Snepp, is a picture of an absolute CIA botch at the end in Vietnam.
It was a failure of leadership. There were a lot of young operatives on the ground who violated or overstepped the orders from the men on high in an effort to save the Vietnamese who depended on them.
Then who are you pointing at? Thomas Polgar, CIA station chief in Saigon?
Indeed, Mike, Mr. Polgar must bear primary responsibility because it was his job to organize this evacuation for the CIA.
Are there others?
Absolutely.
Who?
Director Colby.
CIA Director William Colby.
Who failed to perceive the need for intensified evacuation planning in time.
And what about Henry Kissinger?
Well, there's no question that during Saigon's final days, March and April of 1975, Kissinger was making policy. And he was abusing people who disagreed with him. During a Washington Special Action Group session in early April, Schlesinger said, we must begin this evacuation now.
James Schlesinger, the Secretary of Defense.
Secretary of Defense. And Kissinger said, well, you're just trying to cover your ass. And he did the same thing with Colby. Kissinger accused him of trying to cover his ass.
You know this for a fact? How do you know this?
From people who were in the session.
The evacuation was botched, says Snepp, because the United States waited too long to get it underway. And Henry Kissinger, he says, was at the root of it. Kissinger was trying to get additional money out of Congress to help the South Vietnamese to hold out. Therefore, he held off on evacuation plans.
When it appeared finally by mid-April that this additional aid was superfluous, Saigon was going down the drain anyway, the South Vietnamese army was disintegrating all across the country, then another gambit was tried, and that involved the Soviets.
What happened, according to Snepp, is that Kissinger approached Soviet Ambassador Dobrynin to see if the Soviets wouldn't intercede with the North Vietnamese to permit the Americans enough time for a safe and graceful exit from Vietnam.
In other words, Kissinger was saying to the Soviets, look, you help us to get a negotiated settlement in Saigon.
Or at least free time for an evacuation.
And they led him to believe
that all this was possible. That is correct, Mike.
And Kissinger bought their story.
He bought their story.
Because he wanted so much for the negotiation to work, coalition to government to work.
For some kind of political deal to work, to bail Saigon out.
But according to Snepp, all this hope for a negotiated settlement and a chance for the Americans to get out gracefully, all this flew in the face of intelligence received by the CIA in Saigon.
You had specific information that the North Vietnamese would not agree to a negotiated peace with a coalition government, but wanted to push right on to Saigon.
That's correct.
From your
top agent
inside the North Vietnamese leadership. You made that report.
I made it twice because Washington and Polgar and the rest, they were not accepting our intelligence. That I met with the agent directly, and again he told me the same thing. There is no chance for a negotiated settlement. He was right. Right down to the airstrike, Mike. We suffered an airstrike on the final day, on the 28th, I should say. He had predicted that.
How did you get a spy in the top North Vietnamese leadership?
He had been implanted a deep penetration, a man who had been there for years, very trusted. And he would bring out information regularly, and he had helped us predict the Tet Offensive of 1968.
Didn't do us much good.
Didn't do us much good because the analysts back in Washington chose to ignore that information. Just as the analysts at the top levels of the U.S. government in the final days of Saigon chose to disregard his information.
You had spies in Thew's cabinet?
That's right. We had not only spies, we had the cabinet bugged so that the South Vietnamese could hardly cough without our picking up the data.
The North Vietnamese had spies in Thew's cabinet.
They did a far better job of monitoring Thew's cabinet than we did because they believed their intelligence. We didn't believe ours.
Why?
Go back to the old problem of wishful thinking at the top, Mike, and the problems that Kissinger was having. His desperate determination to keep us faithful to an ally to the end.
Another factor in the confusion at the end, says Snepp, was the unique character of U.S. Ambassador to Saigon, Graham Martin.
Martin was a cold warrior in the old stripe. He could not conceive of being beaten by communists. He had lost a son in Vietnam. His life was fraught with all sorts of tragedy. And he was determined to make this last stand.
On April 10th, to a group of American businessmen in Saigon, did he not say, reinvest your money in Saigon?
Well, that statement came from the deputy chief of mission, but he was echoing Martin. Reinvest, he said. Saigon is as sound as the American dollar. That was only 3 weeks before the collapse.
You say that in his effort to shore up the Thieu government, he failed to report to Washington on the slipping morale of the Vietnamese army and of the intolerable corruption inside the South Vietnamese government.
When Ambassador Martin arrived in Saigon, he distributed a memo to the embassy. And in the memo, he said, gentlemen, we will not engage in any proctological examinations of the South Vietnamese body politic. This led a lot of us to conclude that reporting on corruption would simply not be acceptable in the front office. And so that kind of reporting began to dry up.
What about security in the countryside?
Same thing happened.
Because?
Because, Mike, you couldn't admit that the South Vietnamese morale was bad or that security was terrible in the countryside and still hope to rally a reluctant Congress behind a new aid bill. This was always the thrust of Martin's policy. We've got to rally Congress.
Well, was he, I know it's difficult to say, was he consciously lying, or was he just doing a diplomat's job of trying to get the job done no matter what?
Well, Ambassador Martin used to say from time to time, we must stretch the facts to fit the case. I wouldn't say Ambassador Martin was lying. He was simply stretching the facts to fit the case.
You say that almost to the end, Ambassador Martin held out the hope that perhaps if the Congress turned down aid for South Vietnam, Saudi Arabia might pick up the tab. Where in the world did that story come from?
I was sitting with the station chief, Tom Polgar, in his office at the end of March, and he said, oh, we now have a chance. We now have a chance because the Saudi Arabians like Kissinger, King Faisal likes Kissinger, and he's agreed to give money to Kissinger to help out the South Vietnamese.
You mean the Congress
as a personal favor to Henry Kissinger.
According to Snepp, even after King Faisal was assassinated by a disaffected young relative, Ambassador Martin still had hopes for aid from Saudi Arabia.
As a matter of fact, Mike, as late as April 17th, only 2 weeks before the collapse, Martin was urging Kissinger by cable to revive this idea with the Saudi Arabians. As a matter of fact, the same thing was done with the Iranians. We were seeking aid from the Iranians to help the South Vietnamese.
Ambassador Martin has repeatedly justified his holding off on evacuation by claiming first that he had strong hopes for a negotiated settlement, and second, that a premature evacuation would have sown panic in Saigon.
I believe Ambassador Martin was overdrawing the danger of panic in the streets. He began planting horror stories in the press around Saigon concerning a possible bloodbath. Now, Martin was trying, I think in this respect, to generate sympathy for the South Vietnamese cause abroad by suggesting the communists were eating little children, in effect.
Saying that Martin planted these stories in Saigon with the Saigon reporters?
Exactly. The U.S. reporters? That's right. The whole idea of a bloodbath was conjured out of thin air. We had no intelligence to indicate the South Vietnamese were facing a bloodbath.
To what degree was the press had by the United States government in Vietnam?
Kais Beach of the Chicago Daily News, George MacArthur of the Los Angeles Times, Robert Chaplin of the New Yorker, Bud Merrick of U.S. News and World Report, all of these reporters were favored journalists. We would leak to them on a selected basis, draw them into our trust, into our confidence, and then we could shape their reporting through further leaks because they trusted us.
For instance, says Snepp, in the final days, the U.S. Embassy continued to leak stories pushing the chances for a negotiated settlement.
And one particular reporter who bid all this hook, line, and sinker was Malcolm Brown of the New York Times. He and Polgar became very close during Saigon's final days, to the point that we were using Brown on April 28th to pass messages to the communist delegation at Tan Son Nhut. And again, Brown was not operating as a CIA operative or agent or some such. He was simply, I guess, behaving as he thought a good citizen ought to behave.
And was he printing the information which you were passing back and forth?
That's right.
So he was simply a good reporter with a hell of a source.
That's the way you could put it, yes. The sources were giving him disinformation, to use a Soviet term, and he was printing disinformation.
And how was he to know? He was getting it from the ambassador and the station chief.
It would have been impossible for him to know.
Do you know of American journalists paid by the CIA?
I know of foreign journalists paid by the CIA, whose stories appear in the New York Times and various other respected newspapers.
Who?
I cannot identify them because, as I have pointed out in the book, I am against dealing with sources and methods explicitly.
You mean this is going on today?
It continues today.
Bylines in the Times, New York Times.
In various newspapers, that's correct.
But what dismayed Snepp most of all after the evacuation was the attempt by those responsible at the top to put a different face on what had transpired.
What you're talking about is a calculated cover-up.
That's right, Mike. And not merely a cover-up, but also a whitewash. Director Colby was leaking to select or favored journalists his version of what had taken place. This was also going on in the State Department and in the Pentagon. Their version of what had taken place glossed over the mistakes.
Snepp says it was on the insistence of Henry Kissinger that many of those government officials leaked material to selected reporters.
Kissinger said that the agency and various other departments of government should open their files to certain journalists.
What journalists? What journalists?
Mike, I won't get into names because I happen to like the journalists involved, and they were simply operating as good journalists. They were picking up a good story where they could get it.
Why would he want them to be briefed?
Because I think Kissinger wanted to project his version of the collapse to make sure that he came out not as a villain, not as responsible for what had taken place.
You say William Colby met with one of them and provided a compilation of our top secret reporting from Vietnam, including sources and methods.
That's right, Mike. During sometime in early 1976, Colby turned over to the reporters in question this document. This document is a compilation of all of Colby's briefings before WASAG, the Crisis Management Group, and it is designed, the selections are designed to put Colby in a very good light.
It originally said at the bottom, top secret sensitive.
That's right, and that was the way it was shown to the reporters in question. That was the way it was shown to them. It was still a classified document.
You're talking about the head of the CIA, the director.
Right. That's right. That's right.
Snepp's familiarity with events that transpired in Saigon and Washington, and even in Hanoi during the Vietnam War, gave him insight and knowledge shared by few others. He talked of the Paris peace talks in 1971 and 72.
According to your book, during the time that he was negotiating the peace settlement with the North Vietnamese, Kissinger did it with such secrecy that even the CIA, you people, had to find out what Kissinger was up to from CIA spies inside North Vietnam's leadership?
That's right. We first learned of the secret negotiations, or the progress of the secret negotiations Kissinger was conducting with Le Duc Tho from our best agent inside the Communist command. As a matter of fact, Kissinger so misled the South Vietnamese that on the very day of the ceasefire, President Thieu didn't even have a complete copy of the Paris Accord. He didn't know what Kissinger had negotiated for him.
I asked Snepp about another story in his book.
The CIA wanted to kidnap North Vietnamese leaders?
Kissinger, during the latter stages of the Paris negotiations in '72 and late '71, was anxious to find some way to get those negotiations off dead center. At his direction, we, in cooperation with the Pentagon, put together contingency studies on how to kidnap the North Vietnamese leadership. It was a rather amusing study because we couldn't even identify where the North Vietnamese lived, much less kidnap them.
You recount another story about another ambassador, Ellsworth Bunker, financing or offering to finance a campaign for General Duong Van Minh, Big Minh, to run against President Thieu in 1971 for the presidency of South Vietnam?
The U.S. government would do almost anything in those days to legitimize Thieu's rule. In order to give the impression there was actual opposition to him, Ambassador Bunker went to Big Minh, a neutralist leader, and offered to give him $3 million if he would run as a straw horse candidate, if you will.
And?
Against Thieu.
What did Minh do?
Minh said, "Why should I run and lose?" He said, "Well, I'm not going to take your money," and in effect kicked Bunker out of his office.
You write, among those responsible for the ultimate North Vietnamese victory, the spy in Thieu's entourage must rank high on the credit list. Can you specify who he was?
We think that there were 4 candidates, including the head of the Military Security Service, the South Vietnamese Counter-Espionage Service. We had never moved against these men. We had never recommended they be brought to trial because we had helped to promote their careers. And if we suddenly found them guilty of espionage, it would have been awfully embarrassing. Well, one of them betrayed us. One of them was a North Vietnamese spy.
Another story in the last days before the evacuation.
Up until the last minute, Mike, the South Vietnamese government was working to get out of the country its $220 million in gold, that which made up what remained of its national treasury. For a variety of reasons, this gold was never evacuated. One of the reasons it was not evacuated is the man who controlled it, the economics minister in the last Saigon regime, was working for North Vietnamese intelligence.
But other money was secretly taken out. For instance, says Snepp, in the chaotic hours of the evacuation, U.S. Embassy employees had been ordered to burn stacks of American money left over at the embassy.
It almost got burned up, Mike, but the fellows who were to do the burning absconded with some of the funds. They took it out under the dresses of their Vietnamese girlfriends.
In the amount of?
$80,000 to $90,000.
You know that for a fact?
I know this for a fact.
You were chosen to drive President Thieu to Tan Son Nhut Airport in Saigon on the night of his own evacuation from Saigon to Taiwan. What was that night like?
We showed up at the rendezvous point at Prime Minister Kim's house slightly after nightfall. There was all sorts of sporadic weapons fire out beyond the air base, and we were nervous as hell because we had gotten reports that Wen Cao Ky, was planning to assassinate Thieu. Well, as the evening progressed, Thieu finally showed up. He showed up in a gray Mercedes. As he got out, he was in a gray sharkskin suit, his hair slicked back, his face oiled. He looked like a model for a Far Eastern edition of Gentleman's Quarterly. In the meantime, several of his aides had run out of the woods with big suitcases. They just materialized out of nowhere. We said, "Can we help you pack these suitcases in the back of the car?" No, we'll take care of it. And as they put the suitcases in to the back of the cars, we heard the tinkle of metal on metal, sort of like Chinese wind chimes.
What you're saying is that he was taking gold with him.
He'd shipped most of his gold out of the country in early April. This was simply what was left over.
There was talk that Marshal Key was involved in the drug business, not just in Vietnam, but in Southeast Asia. Would the CIA know about that?
These gentlemen at the top of the Thieu government and during Key's time were being protected by the embassy against investigations by narcotics agents, American narcotics agents. The reason this was so, these people, these officials were so important to us. We couldn't have them accused of trading in drugs. The CIA, in fact, frustrated various probes into the drug problem from time to time whenever an important agent, let's say, was involved. This is a very important point, Mike, because in recent years, the CIA has reporting responsibilities on the drug question abroad. There is a conflict of interest. Sometimes we don't want a drug trafficker arrested because he's operating as an agent, so the trafficker is not arrested.
Snepp says the CIA itself operated at times outside the law. In order to get more funds for its Vietnamese operations, it would trade on the money black market in Hong Kong.
To make those funds go further, we would deal on the black market in Hong Kong and get a much better rate in piastres. And then we could mount operations we might not have been able to otherwise. It was an economy measure, if you will. And it didn't seem to trouble CIA officials that went against the U.S. government's efforts to.
Was there corruption in the CIA in Vietnam?
In 1973, mid-73, CIA auditors in Saigon discovered that a very high-ranking agency official who was operating in the central part of the country had misused funds. He had not applied his operational funds to operations, to develop agent networks and what have you. Instead, he'd used them for God knows what. This is a very important case because the territory which he was responsible for is the territory where the communists struck first during the final offensive in 1975. And it is not too much to say that the CIA officers' corruption contributed to our intelligence failure. We weren't able to pinpoint what the communists were going to do in the highlands because we had never developed the agent networks.
And what happened to that agent?
He was called into Saigon, sent home, and then released from the CIA. But he was not prosecuted. He was never prosecuted because to do so would have been an embarrassment to the agency.
When Frank Snepp returned to CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia after the evacuation, he wanted to tell the story of the debacle to his superiors.
When I came back from Saigon after the collapse, I asked to be allowed to do an after-action report detailing what had gone wrong. I was told no one was interested. Later, I was called in by the CIA's Inspector General, and he told me that he was putting together a document which Colby could use to fend off congressional probes into CIA conduct in Vietnam in the final days. Well, I figured this was not the kind of after-action report I wanted to be associated with.
They asked you to fill out an affidavit. You refused. What was in that affidavit?
The affidavit tried to attribute our mistakes to local enemy action. In other words, our failure to get people out, this document said, was due to local enemy action. I refused to sign that document because it simply wasn't true.
Finally, in January of 1976, Snepp resigned from the agency and began to write his book. All right, you have all these complaints about the CIA and the American evacuation, Mr. Snepp, and now you're going public. Why are you going public? You swore that you would not. You signed an oath that you would not go public.
That's right.
You signed that 16 September 1968.
That's right. If you read on in that, there is a clause there that requires or specifies that an officer can go and register his complaints with appropriate authorities in the agency. I tried to do this. I wanted not to go public. I wanted to do my after-action report on the inside and was rebuffed at every turn. I feel I have met my obligation. Also, I think the agency has made a mockery of the secrecy system with its select leaks to the press in its efforts to whitewash its role in the end. And for this reason, I regard those secrets as being declassified.
The CIA knows that you've been writing this book.
That's correct.
When they learned of your intention, what did they do?
They called several of my colleagues in the agency in, tried to squeeze information out of them, get them to inform on me, and in fact, it tried to force me to identify the publishers I had been in touch with in my preparations for writing this book. They called in a girl I had dated in the agency, threatened to fire her unless she informed on me. But this is standard practice.
To gain time, Snepp had all along assured the CIA he would submit his book to them for review and possible censorship, even though in the last few months at least, he has had no intention of doing so. Have you told the CIA that you are not going to submit this for censorship?
No, I have not.
You really think the CIA does not know how far this has gone and the fact that you are talking to us?
I think if they did, Mike, I would have been enjoined. I think that they would have gotten a court order to silence me. I think it's also significant, and this is important, I think should be brought out. If the agency were operating in its bad old ways, monitoring telephones, surveilling people illegally, I wouldn't have gotten this far.
You're an arrogant young man, aren't you?
That's the only way you can survive in the CIA, Mike, by being positive, arrogant, and hoping you know where you're going.
We filmed that interview a month ago. We have now checked with most of the principals named by SNEP in his charges of botch and cover-up. Almost all of them describe his allegations as nonsense, and they agree with Henry Kissinger, who calls SNEP, quote, a man at the second level in Saigon, 10,000 miles away from Washington, who could not possibly have had any full understanding and knowledge of what the decisions were and how they were reached. And all the principals we contacted, Kissinger, Ambassador Martin, Colby, CIA Station Chief Polgar, deny blame for the thousands of key Vietnamese who were left behind in jeopardy. One of them put it this way: retreat, he said, is the most difficult maneuver under any conditions, and these were hardly the best of conditions. Having said that, the various principals tended to point the finger of blame at one another. Ambassador Martin repeated his claim that Washington had delayed too long in granting authority to his embassy to evacuate large numbers of Vietnamese. But various of the others criticized Martin's performance. One calls him too strong-willed. Another said he was physically sick toward the end. One called him batty. When asked about it, Ambassador Martin told us, history will vindicate my performance in Vietnam. Henry Kissinger said the administration's plan at the end was to keep pushing the Congress for aid to the South Vietnamese, to keep the Saigon government believing we were working for them, to avoid panic. For the same reason, he says, there was no crash evacuation of Americans, for had too many Americans departed too quickly, there was fear in Washington that the South Vietnamese military would turn their guns on their departing allies. On the matter of Saudi Arabian aid to South Vietnam, it turns out that Kissinger did talk to King Faisal about financial aid. Faisal told Kissinger that South Vietnam would get cut rates on all the oil they needed. To the South Vietnamese, that would have been worth $300 million a year. Kissinger also denies any knowledge of a CIA plan to kidnap North Vietnam's leaders. What would we have done with them if we got them, he asked. On other items, William Colby denies categorically leaking any top-secret material. Ambassador Ellsworth Bunker denies having offered General Duong Van Minh $3 million to run for the presidency against General Thieu. Malcolm Brown of the New York Times acknowledges that he carried information from one side to the other in the final days. He says he was probably had, to some degree, by both sides in the chaos at the end. And finally, what about Frank Snepp? CIA Director Stansfield Turner says he has spoken with the Justice Department looking to the possibility of prosecution for Snepp's breaking of his oath of secrecy.
You've heard of the brave and ingenious rescue of Jews from the Nazis by Oskar Schindler, and the courageous and unlikely rescue of the American hostages from Iran depicted in the movie Argo. But nobody's heard of the daring and dangerous rescue of the Vietnamese from Saigon by John Reardon. It's a story that's never been told before. It happened nearly 40 years ago at the very end of the Vietnam War, when everyone was trying to escape the communist incursion. No one was paying attention to an unassuming American banker who had already been evacuated going back in to save his stranded Vietnamese colleagues and their families.
You got everybody. Yeah. Everybody worked at the bank, spouses and children.
Right.
There were 105 in all who John Reardon, risking his own life, rescued in the last days of the war.
How are you?
Even now, 4 decades later, when they see him, you know they know he's the reason they're alive. Today, they're leading prosperous lives as American citizens, with children who are doctors and lawyers. and with grandchildren.
Isabel, do you know my name? John Reardon. You know my last name. That's more than I know.
John Reardon was as far from Rambo and Mission Impossible as you could get. Back in 1975, he was a young banker, handsome and unattached, working as the assistant manager of Citibank in Saigon.
They gave you a villa.
They gave me a villa.
And you lived well.
I lived well, yes.
He hosted barbecues at the villa for the bank's 34 Vietnamese employees. Tellers, secretaries, accountants. They were like a family, tying their future to American banking. But that April, communist tanks were barreling toward Saigon. Hundreds of thousands were leaving or trying to. 3 weeks before Saigon fell, John got an order from Citibank in New York: burn everything important and get out.
They said, John, we've chartered a 747 Pan Am that's coming in, and we want you to take all of your staff and leave the bank and get out to this plane.
By this point, it dawns on you what would happen to those people if you didn't get them out?
Yeah, some of them would be killed.
It's scary. It was very scary.
Cook Pham Vo worked in personnel. Chi Vu was the head teller. They were hearing rumors of reprisals by the Viet Cong against anyone working for the Americans.
Would you have been seen as traitors, as spies?
The closer you to American, the more they think you spy.
But their own government set up checkpoints to keep people from leaving the country. Without exit papers, the staff had no way to escape. John didn't want to leave without them, but the bank ordered him out. So he boarded that Pan Am flight to Hong Kong alone, and the employees were left to fend for themselves.
Did you feel abandoned?
Yes.
Did John say anything to you when he left?
I was crying so much. I was worried about my kids, my husband, and he said, "Don't worry, I'll be there for you."
John and his bosses at Citibank spent day and night in Hong Kong cooking up rescue plans. They tried to send in helicopters, even an oil tanker, and they asked the U.S. government to help, all in vain.
I felt we had all those people back in there, and they were counting on us. And many, many times in the conversations we had with them, they said to us, "Don't let us down. Please do everything you can."
Come on, gents, let's move it.
But after 2 weeks of trying, Citibank said enough. A manager told the Hong Kong team, if you try some daring rescue mission, you're fired. That night, John's immediate boss, Mike McTighe, a former Marine, asked John to dinner.
And just as my steak arrived, and I was picking up my knife and fork, and he's making small talk, and then suddenly he says, "You know, John, one of us has to go back." And I put down my knife and fork and pushed that steak back, and I could feel tears coming out of my eyes. And he said, "Would you go back?"
Go back, even though it meant losing his job, possibly losing his life. And yet, 11 days before Saigon would fall, the mild-mannered banker defied his bank and better judgment, caught the very last commercial flight into Saigon, and walked into the branch.
And everybody comes running around me and said, "What do we do? What do we do? How are we going to get out of here?" and everything.
But you're there under the authority of who? You're not working for Citibank anymore.
No one. I'm on my own.
On his own authority, John moved them with their families, all 105 of them, into his villa and another one nearby, so they'd all be ready to go as a group when and if he came up with a plan. He told them to tell no one where they were. 4 days went by. Nothing was working until a CIA agent told him the only way out now is on U.S. military cargo planes that are evacuating Americans and their dependents.
He says, "The evacuation has begun. Take your family and go out to the airport and process them through." And I said, "Well, I don't have a family." And he said, "Just create a wife and children, no matter who they are, and go out there and sign the documents."
And this is the first time you've heard this idea.
Yes, yes.
Try and pass off his Vietnamese colleagues, their spouses and children as his family? There were 105 of them.
Do you say to him, Are you kidding me? You
Source.
don't say cockamamie? You don't say...
No. Because there'd been so much cockamania before that. This is the time to jump on anything that looked like it was going to float.
You were at the end of your rope.
Yes, absolutely.
It was worth a try, but not for all of them at once. He took the bank van and went out to the airfield alone to see if it would work.
I walked into that processing area and somebody gave me a piece of paper. He said, list your dependents on here. And I was fumbling for what piece of paper I was going to have to write this all down. They said, just attach that to this piece of paper and keep going. So
there
it was
were
a bit of a rush.
15 names. You had a wife and 14 names.
Right, that was kind of ambitious
daughter,
for the start.
Son, daughter,
right.
son, yeah.
This is the paper. Wife, daughter, son, 14 kids, some older than he was. He was certifying on a U.S. government document that these were his children.
Is your heart pounding? Or you
yes, a little bit.
Sweating?
I certainly was nervous, yes.
He was stunned when the officer, no questions asked, stamped it and handed John evacuation tags. He rushed to the villa to pick the 15 up, amazed that such a crazy idea was actually working.
Do you remember when he came back? What happened?
We're so happy. It's an elation to see he's a lifesaver. He's an angel.
But you had to keep it secret, right?
Yes.
You never told your parents?
No.
So you never said goodbye?
No.
Over the next 4 days, as fear gripped the city, John repeated this ruse, going back and forth to the airport 10 times, filling out papers with groups of 6 or 8.
Did any of these officers ever question you in all this time?
This one man, he said, haven't I seen you here before? I said, no, sir, no, absolutely not. Bang, I know he wanted to get going too. And then another time, this man said, well, you've got one heck of a big family here, huh? You've been busy when you've been... I said, oh, yes, I've been here a long time. And just chopped it again.
You just
it was.
went back and back and back.
Hard to believe it would be that simple to do.
We recently met with 7 of his daughters. They didn't think it was all that simple, since John was separating them from their husbands.
All the staff women will go first, and the husband will leave in a separate group. At that moment, you know, I was like thinking, will I ever see my husband again?
Getting the husbands out was the most dangerous.
Yes, because, you know, they were either in the army or working for the government. And if the MP, they saw anybody like that or they caught anybody like that, they would shoot right away.
John was able to get the husbands' fake adoption papers as his sons and managed to get some of them on what he thought was safe, a U.S. Embassy evacuation bus like this one to the airport. But the bus was stopped by police looking for deserters.
The driver of the bus stopped at the checkpoint, opened the door, and a Vietnamese police officer stepped onto the bus. And he looked up and down the aisle, and I thought, this is it. We're all going to be taken off this bus and shot. But in a split second, a woman sitting in the front seat, a Vietnamese woman, leaped up toward the policeman and poked her hands into his stomach. I thought she knifed him. And then I saw a bag of something move from her hands to his hands, and I thought, aha, it's a bribe.
Bag of money.
Bag of money, yes.
The bribe worked. He waved them through. The last group of men at the villa were afraid to risk another bus, but John was out of ideas. Finally, one of the men thought up an ingenious plan. They pretended they were delivering bundles of money to the airport in the bank van. They even called the police for an escort like this.
And they had rifles and everything, and they just led us right through the gates of the airport.
You just went right on the plane with these guys?
Right. They were safe.
All of them?
All of them.
One of them was Chi's husband.
Every time I ask you about John, you cry.
He's so kind. You know, to stay behind and took us out. He did so much for us. He saved my kids and my husband.
They flew on one of the last planes out of Saigon. After that, the only route of escape were the helicopters at the U.S. Embassy. Within a few days, Viet Cong tanks rolled into the presidential palace. The war was over. What followed were years of starvation and brutal repression. Many who tried to escape by boat drowned at sea. But thanks to John, the Citibank employees were flown out to either Guam or the Philippines and then all reunited at Camp Pendleton in California. Do you think all this time you've been fired?
Yeah, I do still think that. I'm not worried about it, though. I'm still alive. They're all alive. That's important things.
Well, he wasn't fired. He was given a big bonus and hailed as a hero. At the reunion for John in Long Island with a group of his children, we found out they call him Papa.
Hi, John. Nice to see you. Yes, I do. I haven't talked to you in so long.
Citibank spent $1 million to resettle all the employees, giving them and many of the spouses jobs.
We'll never forget you too.
At the time, in Saigon, he thought of his colleagues at the bank as his Vietnamese family. 40 years later, still his family, but now as American as... Do you think the people who came here have had good lives?
Yes, I do.
How many children do you actually have now, and grandchildren?
I just keep using the number 105, but the grandchildren, don't ask me. I can't keep up with that.
It's called PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. It's a psychological illness that some say plagues more than 1 million veterans of the Vietnam War. Last Thursday night, in a 1-hour broadcast, Dan Rather explored the symptoms, the nightmares, flashbacks, drug abuse, violence, and suicide that go along with the illness. What he didn't go into was the lackadaisical way the government went about recognizing the disorder and coming to grips with a medical program known as vet centers to deal with it. Tonight, Dan Rather continues the story.
Treatment began here in the hills of Malibu, California. His name is Shad Meshad, and he took us to a place where 20 years ago he found a group of veterans sick with PTSD. They mistrusted society, their government, and especially the Veterans Administration. They hid out here and rebuilt Vietnam. Guard posts, barbed wire.
As they gazed out over this, they could imagine that they were back in Vietnam.
Oh, exactly. I was in...
Meshad, both a veteran and a therapist, tried to help. At the time, the only thing he could do was to get them to talk it out. Talking might keep them from self-destruction.
I came down here, one guy was just bashing his head and his hands. He was all bloodied. And he was just trying to kill himself, and he wanted to do it manly. He wasn't going to cut his wrist or whatever. He just wanted to go out violently.
20 years later, this is the result of Meshad's work. Small storefront meeting places throughout the country called vet centers. Congress insisted that the reluctant Veterans Administration get out of Washington and do something local and innovative. Give them places to talk it out outside of VA hospitals.
I came out and they threw me out of the Army. They tore off my stripes, tore off my medals, and branded me to be a nut.
I was drinking a lot. I was jumping on my wife all the time, jumping on my kids all the time.
Their symptoms range from violence to suicide.
I don't think there's a man here, including myself, that ain't thought about snuffing it.
I'm in there all by myself except right here. This is the only place where I'm not by myself. And I don't know if anybody else feels that way or not.
This group counseling has been wildly successful.
Hang in there, Doc. Hang in there.
There are 189 centers in all. In 8 years, more than 500,000 vets have come in for help. Steve has just found a vet center. He's poised, well-educated, but hear him well. Part of his mind is still patrolling Vietnam.
I don't want to be around a lot of strangers. I go to a shopping mall, that's make a beeline in, hit the store, get what you want, and get out. And you have to look in every eye that goes by you, and you have to scan the entire environment from left to right, up and down.
He's excessively alert, always on guard. To the casual eye, he looks like the ideal American veteran. Good neighbor, family man. But for 20 years, he brought his rage and anger home each night. He won't talk about his first marriage. His second was in trouble until he found the vet center. Now things are better at home.
And I wish that there had been someone, anyone, that could have done something to help me a long time ago. I wouldn't have hurt myself, and I wouldn't have hurt the ones that are around me as much as I have.
At work, Steve's a success, always in control. He suppresses thoughts about the day an enemy rocket blew up his firebase. That trauma left him with PTSD.
And I remember looking at the pile of men that had been alive an hour before and were dead now, and I was one of the guys that picked them up and put them on the medevac choppers as they went out, and parts of the bodies were coming off my hands, and it was really very, but I know I went numb. I was just totally numb, and I felt aged when I came back. I knew I was only 20 that day, but I might as well have been 80.
There are professionals all over America like Steve. They're suffering from delayed stress. They don't know what's wrong with them. That includes doctors, lawyers, bankers, literate people who surprisingly have never heard of the disorder. Steve's upset that he learned about himself so late. He blames the VA for failing to spread the word.
I resent it. I had no idea that there was anything called PTSD. I didn't hear anything about it on radio, newspaper, TV.
You can have untreated PTSD and live in suburbia, but it's more likely you'll be living in the streets. 1 out of 3 homeless men is a Vietnam veteran. 1/3 of the men without shelter served their country in wartime.
When I come back from the Nam, I had quite a habit. Johnny come marching home again, hurrah, hurrah. Only thing, the gun I was carrying when I came back was a little syringe.
Casper's home is his car. He stopped using heroin, but he shows other PTSD symptoms: a wandering lifestyle, nightmares, isolation. He sleeps in whatever Seattle parking lot is empty.
You find out at the end of the day, after praying, saying, thank you, made it another day, look at the reality. I'm alone.
PTSD is a disease that doesn't discriminate. It reaches from the veterans who work in the boardrooms to the veterans who sleep in the streets.
A lot of my brothers, veterans, are on the street because they can't put the Nam away. To them, their body's here, but their mind and actions are still there. To me, the streets are, it's what you say, my hideaway.
Casper has never been to a vet center. Experts say there could be as many as 500,000 Vietnam veterans still in need of counseling. That so many have been left behind is often attributed to a lack of zeal on the part of the Veterans Administration.
Well, one thing you have to understand is the VA as an entity has never liked the Vet Center program. It's an insult, basically an embarrassment.
The VA's established routines and procedures couldn't include the new therapies required to treat PTSD. Michad explains.
I mean, it was jammed down the VA's throat. I mean, literally, it was stated that it would have been better to put the Vet Center program under forestry or agriculture, as funny as that may sound, for the logistical support that we needed to get started. And we were a little $20 million plus program that took care of all the Vietnam vets. And here they've got a $24 billion program that couldn't address Vietnam vets.
Despite the VA's reluctance, Congress was determined to make the program more effective. It expanded the scope of the vet centers, but at the same time fixed a date when the centers had to be closed down. The VA didn't object. It had its own plan for treating PTSD: physically move the centers. In short, the program that worked so well outside hospital walls was to be pushed inside, brought into VA mental hygiene clinics. Acutely ill vets would be treated in psychiatric wards. The VA admits no money would be saved, nor would treatment be better. Many vets are suspicious. They don't want to mingle with people who are a lot sicker than they are.
I already drew it up, hurt knows about it. There's no sense throwing it up again there.
One veteran fears drugs.
I don't trust VA hospitals. People go into VA hospitals and end up on Thorazine, shuffling along the halls. And most of the vets that I know won't go anywhere near a VA hospital unless they're dying.
You ready, Mr. Carson? You want juice or water?
Vietnam vets don't trust the Veterans Administration. They trust the Vet Center program and the counselors. They don't see it as a VA program. Their trust is with the centers, and you tear that home down. It's like burning the villages down as we did in Vietnam, and that's home, and that was the pain. You can't just go somewhere else and say this is home.
Early last year, even before the date Congress had established, the VA, in uncharacteristic haste, listed 9 local centers it intended to close.
You say that the vet centers are doing a good job.
Mm-hmm.
You think they're necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Then why did the Veterans Administration attempt to begin closing some of the vet centers?
Dr. Arthur Blank is the VA's man in charge. He directs the Vet Center program from Washington.
The law requires, as it is presently stated, that a number of vet centers move to medical facilities. And a judgment was made that since that was going to have to be done on a large scale, it ought to be done on a small scale to see how it goes.
Did you agree with that decision?
It's a reasonable management judgment.
The question was whether you agreed with it.
Well, it's a little hard to, again, this is a policy matter, and I really can't, I can't make a judgment as such about a policy matter.
What are you doing to have the law changed?
That's not my job. My job is not to have the law changed. My job is for us to provide the services. That's what we're doing.
And if you believe that it should be done one way,
Mm-hmm.
you say it isn't your job,
Mm-hmm.
isn't it your responsibility to try to influence Congress and have them provide what you believe is necessary?
No, it's certainly not my responsibility to try and influence Congress.
I want to make sure I have the picture here.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Congress changes its mind,
Mm-hmm.
changes the legislation,
Mm-hmm.
you are going to be closing vet centers in whose work you believe.
That's my understanding, yes.
Now, you've lived it. What do you think of that?
It's rude.
Guy Iredale has been in PTSD treatment for over a year.
We are different. And for someone to try to take away what a lot of us need to help us get over this, it's thoughtless and it's rude.
If I were able to tell you, overwhelming the veterans say, no, don't do it, then would you favor leaving it pretty much as it is?
Well, I'd want to look at the evidence. I'd want to look at the documentation.
Vet Center, Debbie, may I help you?
A lot of evidence gets turned out in vet centers, reports the VA says it needs. But there's one basic unanswered question. How many men out there are suffering from PTSD? The answer to this question is buried in a report that cost taxpayers $6 million and is now 2.5 years late.
The reason it's late is because it's so good, I think.
But, Doctor, if I run a year late in my work, I'm likely not to have my job.
Yes.
These people
yes.
are running 2 years late.
Well, that's the way it goes with research.
Doctor, you're the commander on point here. Do you have enough money to do what you need to do?
I think that we could be doing more. I think there are veterans that we're not reaching at this point in time. I guess the best I can do about that is to hope that they'll be able to wait until we get to them.
Obviously, some veterans can't wait. They hurt too much. Tacoma, Washington, the director and staff psychologists of this medical center cut through the red tape. They developed a treatment program beyond vet centers, and they don't do it where the VA would like to place the veteran, in psych wards or in mental hygiene clinics. It's a building standing apart. It is here that men who have already had exposure to simple therapy spend 11 weeks in advanced treatment. For the veteran, the hardest part is called Vietnam Focus, where each man must tell his most troubling story. Dennis lost his leg after the war. To him, that crippling is minor compared to what he'd seen and done in Vietnam, where he was a medical corpsman who took care of wounded in the field. This is his day to talk.
We went through 5 weeks of training in which they showed us these ideal wounds. I never saw an ideal wound. He was tapping on the trees as he walked down, trying to draw fire. And this idiot machine gun was doing, he cut loose, and then it hit the fan. It was over. I'd lost 4 good friends. Then we got to an area we called the Valley of Death. They got hit hard, and took us about 3 days to get in there. And all the way, all you saw was bodies. And when he fired, it just went across their legs and just hit the one guy's nose. So they're still alive, and he says, I said, what do we do with him? He says, kill him. I did. God buckles, he had his face shot off, had a round his shoulder, round through his wrist, round through his thigh. I said, you die, or I'll kill you. He couldn't talk. He grabbed hold of my arm.
What's at stake here are the lives and sanity of these men. The urgency of this treatment comes from a simple fact. The rate of suicide among Vietnam veterans is abnormally high. We tell you now that unless treated, PTSD gets worse with time, not better. The longer the VA waits, the more difficult it will be to bring them back in from way out there.
What is a true statement about how much you deserve or earned the right to survive?
Corpsman.
What are you doing, Dennis?
Are you gonna shut us out? Is that what you're doing?
No.
Is that what, is it? Give us the whole message, if that's the whole message. Don't just give us part of it. What's the whole message?
If they died, I should have died with them.
This is a very big issue that a lot of guys coming here have to deal with is, do I have the right to survive?
But I think you had a right to survive. Even if I don't believe it for myself, I can believe it for you.
I respect you. I think you deserve to live. I know you do.
Do I have the right to a decent life, to some peace? I hope you all come to some resolution about that for yourselves. Because I don't know, if you guys don't deserve to live, who does? That's my question.
Last month, Congress passed a bill that lifts that mandatory closing date for the storefront centers. But that doesn't mean that the treatment of PTSD will necessarily continue in vet centers. Under the terms of the new bill, the VA, in some circumstances, will have the option to move a particular vet center to one of its hospitals and the option to out and out close others. That's what vets like Shad Meshad fear will happen, that the VA will move quietly to shut down what he says is the most effective treatment program a PTSD patient has going for him.
Lest we forget the Vietnam War, a group of veterans began a movement a few years ago to collect money for a memorial to the men and women who served in what was probably America's least popular war. Providing there are no last-minute hitches, that memorial, which doesn't look like this or any other memorial you've ever seen, will be dedicated next month in Washington, and 250,000 veterans are expected to be present, to have the parade that an indifferent or angry nation has so long denied them. The idea for a memorial began to take shape when millionaire Ross Perot got things going with a check to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund for $160,000. The American Legion pledged $1 million. Finally, $7 million was collected. The federal government donated the site, but instead of healing the wounds of Vietnam, the memorial issue renewed the bitterness. Bitterness no one anticipated back in 1980 when the ground was consecrated.
For those who yet suffer wounds, for those who are not yet home, let this place be a Mecca for healing.
Such a Mecca, a memorial that would truly heal, would surely be something most Americans would welcome. A memorial that would be neither of the right nor of the left. No doves on it, no hawks. The search for a suitable design had been conducted in the most American of ways, a nationwide competition open to everyone, just like the Vietnam War itself. Some of the entries were interesting. A gigantic steel helmet with bullet holes front and back, 1,400 in all, from prestigious architectural firms to rank amateurs, to be judged by some of the finest architects and sculptors in the country. There were several conditions. The memorial must have inscribed into it the names of the 57,692 men and women who died. Because it was situated so close to the Washington Monument with its circle of flags, the use of a flag was discouraged. And most important, there was a condition that a number of entrants did not heed, that the memorial make no political statement about the war. The contestants would be anonymous. The judges would not know their names or their reputations. And so a winning design was chosen. It was number 1026. We'll show you the designer in a moment, but the design itself was very, very simple. 2 black polished granite walls that would reflect the park on their surfaces and would point to the Lincoln Memorial and the Washington Monument. The names of the dead would be inscribed not in alphabetical order, but in the order in which they were lost. The architectural community hailed the design as a triumph, elegant, understated, contemplative, simple. So remarkably unpolitical that it won the support of Barry Goldwater, William Westmoreland, the American Legion, and George McGovern. But like anything that Vietnam touches, not so simple. For in the eyes of a few beholders, the design was an insult.
You have 2 choices, start all over again or modify the design.
Ross Perot, who helped bankroll the competition, was not pleased.
This is an appropriate memorial to the Marines who fought in World War II, and believe me, they love it. Give us an appropriate memorial for the men who fought in Vietnam.
The war is suddenly come to the forefront again. It's being fought down the street here on that memorial site.
I think you are making I would be dishonest if I downplayed the fact. I think you've made an excellent observation. I think that that's exactly what we're talking about.
Congressman Don Bailey of Pennsylvania, company commander, Silver Star.
We're talking about a mixture and a conflict of ideas and perceptions based, again, upon whether or not America should have been involved in Vietnam. Absolutely.
Was it the design that provoked such controversy, or the designer, who was a student, a woman, an American, a Chinese American?
I think it is for some very difficult for them. I mean, they sort of lump us all together, for one thing. What is it? There is a term used. I first heard about it maybe 2 years ago. It's called a gook. I guess it's a very derogatory comment toward Vietnamese. But yes, I would say if you were being rational and logical, there would be some people who fought in that war who would really hate the idea that someone of my descent would have designed a memorial, the Vietnam Memorial.
The winner of the competition turned out to be Maya Lin, a 21-year-old Yale undergraduate from Athens, Ohio, the daughter of Henry Lin, who heads the Fine Arts Department at the University of Ohio. Professor Lin was born in China but fled when the communists took over, long before Maya was born.
Let me ask you a silly question. How Chinese are you?
As apple pie. Born and raised in the Midwest, surrounded by non-Chinese people. I just really never looked at myself as a minority. I looked at myself as just any other kid.
I've talked to Vietnam veterans who, you know, they like the design or they're indifferent towards it. They says, gosh, it just really upset me a little bit when I found out that the designer was, you know, a young girl who hadn't been through the war itself.
Jan Scruggs heads the Memorial Fund.
I think with the same design, if it were designed by an Anglo-Saxon male, I think the difficulties that we had would have been considerably less.
I don't see how a black ditch underground, no flag, no inscription, a jumble of names, I don't see how that honors anyone. It's a black sarcophagus.
Tom Carhart, West Point infantry platoon leader, was the first veteran to speak out. He triggered a campaign against the design.
I want to have the public accept my conception of myself and my brothers and sisters, that we served honorably in what President Reagan called a noble cause.
It's like people read political statements into what really is a very pure thought. And those political statements reflect more what they're about than what the form is about.
Still, it was a heady time for a student who was being hailed as a genius.
I wanted something that would make people tomorrow, yesterday, or 100 years from now remember and honor those who died, those who served. What I've given, I hope, to people is a living park. And for me, I felt that was the most beautiful way to remember.
Last winter, the granite began arriving and was shipped up to Vermont for cutting and polishing. The Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund had gotten all the right signatures and approvals, satisfied the various commissions. No small feat. But Maya Lin soon found herself in the center of other people's problems. Conservative columnist James J. Kilpatrick loved the design, but conservative columnist Patrick Buchanan wrote that she had designed, quote, a wall of shame. He said that none of the judges were Vietnam veterans, and that one, quote, had a long-standing association with the American Communist Party, unquote. Buchanan declines to name names or to be interviewed, but less than a week after that column appeared, 27 Republican congressmen asked President Reagan to invalidate the competition and start another one. Maya Lin went back to her parents in Athens, Ohio, a bit confused and a bit angry. Enter the full weight of the federal government. Secretary of the Interior James Watt, who can have the last word on the use of federal land. He did not like her design and demanded some changes.
Unless they approve of those 3 changes, there will be no Vietnam Memorial here in Washington, D.C.
Before groundbreaking began, Secretary Watt got the Memorial Fund to agree to his 3 modifications: the addition of a statue, a flag, and an inscription. Maya Lin protested and hoped that the Washington Fine Arts Commission, which has the absolute last word on the aesthetics of memorials, would support her. The commission said it would reserve judgment on the additions, depending on their design and placement. It was the recommendation of the project architects that flag and statue be placed over there somewhere, near the entrance to the park, where they would not conflict with Maya Lin's design. But the critics said no. They wanted flag and statue front and center, where they would be the focal point for the memorial, and Maya Lin's design would merely be a backdrop. Last month, with much fanfare, the Memorial Committee presented its modified plan.
We are here today, though, to unveil perhaps the most extraordinary piece of sculpture that the world has ever seen. Have a look, everyone. There it is.
The statue, certainly not offensive, but perhaps superfluous to so simple a memorial. This time, no open competition. The fund, bending to Watts and Perot's demands, went out and commissioned an heroic statue and announced flag and statue would stand front and center. The head of the American Legion, who originally supported Maya Lin's design, grudgingly went along with a compromise, saying it was necessary in order to satisfy the demands of a small group of vocal critics who claimed to speak for all the veterans.
Don't you think that I have an obligation to try to see that a memorial to friends and comrades that I had who died, to a country that I believe in because of what it stands for, because of what it stands for, that I should express myself on this memorial?
There are those who might say, look, you fellas, meaning those critics of her design, you set these, we have these rules, and everybody agrees to them, and then when something comes along that isn't quite the way you want to change the rules.
No, it has nothing to do with rules. But I think maybe the main thing is that everything we do in this country, we arrive at through debate, through controversy, and we finally work out a plan.
The license of Congress is not to heal the wounds of Vietnam. The license of Congress is to honor and recognize those who served in Vietnam, not those who went to Canada, not Jane Fonda and her friends.
You really feel that that's what it leaves it open to?
I don't know. I'm emotionally caught up in this, obviously, so perhaps I can't see the great splendor and so on. Well, most of us aren't artists. We want something that will make us feel a part of America.
From an artistic point of view, does tacking on the flag and the statue detract from it?
Probably.
Ross Perot, the millionaire who financed the competition.
This is a special situation. This is a case of taking a beautiful design and trying to modify it so that it becomes an effective memorial. And I have met Miss Lin, I've visited with Miss Lin, and if there had been any way for anyone to explain to Miss Lin what the veterans wanted, I'm convinced she can produce anything.
He really felt that, you know, okay, we've given them something peaceful. Now what do we do for the heroics? What do we do for the... He couldn't see the sort of quiet dignity that underlies the whole design. He really couldn't. He really looked at contemplative as being passive almost, I would say. And I mean, we interpret the design, we interpret the form differently, and everyone is entitled to their opinions.
So who wins the battle of the Vietnam Memorial? Maya Lin's design is nearly complete. On Wednesday, the Washington Fine Arts Commission must decide if the statue is appropriate and where flag and statue should be placed. Ross Perot and Secretary Watt promise big trouble if they're not happy with that decision. As for Maya Lin, she feels that not only has her design been violated, but her integrity as an artist and the rules of fair competition. But all that may be secondary, for in life it could be argued the 57,000 were the pawns of those fighting political battles on the home front. It is worth noting that in death, they are still being thus used.
You live in Washington, everything's up for grabs and for compromise, and we were in a situation in which either we made a compromise with this group of individuals or Secretary Watt was not going to give us a construction permit.
What happens if the Washington Fine Arts Commission says, yes, you can have the flag and statue, but not right in front, not right there, put it off 100 or 200 yards?
If anybody ever even raises that point and tries to change that, it is the worst kind of bad faith, it is the worst kind of double dealing. And if that should even begin to occur, I will intend to spend whatever time, money, and energy is necessary to see that people keep their words, because we owe that to the Vietnam veterans, and I'm going to have a lot of powerful allies.
Maya, how do you feel about compromise?
Compromise? Well, it becomes a question of who's doing the compromising. Right now, I would never be a party to something that would ruin that design. And yet, you don't know if you have any power to prevent it. You just sort of have to watch and sort of cry.